First, to my left, we've got Jaskar Malhotra, captain of the UMMC Knight Riders. Sami Aslam from the Atlanta Fire. Sami's got the coin as the home captain today. This is the call. Sami, you've won the toss. What are you going to be doing?
We'll be bowling first.
You've done that, pretty often in this tournament. Why is that something that you like to do as captain?
Like, we wanted to bat in this game, but the pitch is fresh. Like, we were using the other pitch in the first two games, so that's why it's a fresh pitch. So we want to bowl first and see how the pitch reacts.
How happy were you with the way your batting lineup went about things, chasing on that 200 pretty convincingly in the last matchup?
Yeah, the batting is doing well. I think in the first game as well, we went well and was there to win the game. I think we need a little bit of more consistent bowling in the right areas to restrict the other team.
And any changes to your team?
Yeah, we have 3 changes today. So Usman Rafiq has gone for the USA team, so he's not playing. Bhaskar has been rested, and then Kore has been rested. And Brody, Matthew, and Dominic Ricky are playing their game.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Let's get Jaskar Malhotra. Jaskar, had won the toss, a new pitch, what would you have done?
I would have bowled first as well, fresh conditions, but I'm happy either way. Looks like a good wicket, and hopefully our batters can put up a good score.
In the last game, your bowling attack really came to the fore. You guys have been unstoppable in this competition. What has been the key to your success?
As you can see, like our team, the mantra of our team has been like we play as a unit, and a lot of the guys who have been playing with us for a long time, so we keep our core group, and that's the key to our success. We try and stick together.
Any changes?
We have the same team.
All the best to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you have it then from the middle. You could say pretty expected. New deck, fresh green grass. Sami Aslam, the Atlanta Fire captain, has opted to bowl. And we bring you straight into the action in this MLC Champions Open. Match number 5, the UMMC Knight Riders up against the Atlanta Fire, as you just heard. Sami Aslam and the Fire winning the toss on pitch number 3, a fresh surface, corner dry, with the new ball in hand. Instantly starts back of the length. Noman Anwar is underway, much like the UMMC Knight Riders, who are the only team to be undefeated in this tournament. Brian Walters alongside me. Brian, they've been a force to be reckoned with in this competition.
Good morning, Nikhil. I don't want to break my back or break my arm patting myself on the back, but you did ask me the question 2 days ago. Who did I think was the team who was going to end up on top? I'm pretty sure we can go back and check the tape. Pretty sure I said the UMMC Knight Riders. Really impressive team so far, top to bottom.
Be interesting now to see how Corner Dry goes about things. He's had an up and down sort of competition in these first 2 matches. The Fire have made 3 changes. They brought in some of that young exuberance in a Matthew Trump, who I'm excited to get a look at, a Houston native. They've also brought back in the Australian Brody Couch, who has that Big Bash experience. So on a surface like this, where you have that live green grass, brand new surface, could be a bit tricky for the UMMC Knight Riders early on. And I think with the new ball, he's very hard to score against when he hits that length corner dry, but he has to find it consistently.
I think you're exactly right. And at the toss, obviously, excuse me, the Atlanta Fire winning the toss and choosing to bowl, which I think is pretty much what you'd expect. A brand new pitch. Looking at it beforehand, there's a certain amount of green, and you mentioned live grass on the pitch, so you expect some sideaway movement. The wind is not as much a factor today, coming from the northeast, blowing to the southwest. So from your screen, top right to bottom left. Naman Anwar just flicking at one behind square for a single, but I think you mentioned the 2 who've come in, Matthew Trump and Brody Couch. We saw Brody Couch the first day, bowled with pace, but I think both line and length were off, and so he was a bit expensive. I'd be interested to see, obviously, somebody who comes with a great deal of fanfare, if he can pull that back and be more of the bowler that we're expecting him to be. And then Matthew Trump, the South African native who these days lives in Austin, Texas with his family. Excited to see him in action also.
Almost got a tickle on it, Ulmuk Chan. It's so, I think, enterprising to see the difference in corner dry from the respective ends, because in these first 5 deliveries, you're seeing he's right on the money, looks like he's in a good rhythm, and it's threatening, much like we saw in that first matchup when he bowled from that northern end. But in the last game, he went to over 12 runs and over. I think, again, it presents that challenge of running into the wind, and it really tests you as a seamer. So that will be something to watch, especially if he goes on and bowls in the death overs and does come back from this southern end. End of this first over, a good one for the Fire. 3 for none. So if you're now joining us, the Atlanta Fire winning the toss, opting to bowl first. No real surprise there. And Brian, when you analyze the 4 matches we've had prior to today, 3 of the 4 of them have been won by teams chasing. What do you think we can pull from that?
A couple of things. First of all, I think generally conditions get easier for batting as the day goes on. In the morning, there's a bit of moisture. Here in Houston, it's relatively humid, so there's a bit of moisture around first thing in the morning. When the pitch has the opportunity to be under the sun, the bright spring sun here in Houston, it tends to flatten out a little bit and conditions get better or easier for batting. And also, these teams, I think many of them are constructed in such a way that they like knowing what the target is that they need to go after, and then have a more, I guess, measured approach in being able to overhaul that target. Not surprising to me that teams that are chasing have that opportunity to go ahead, and most of them have won in exactly that fashion.
Brody Couch into the attack. Getting some good carry early on. I think especially expected for the morning games, especially to see the teams chasing winning, because it does tend to be a bit tacky. Ball not really coming onto the bat. As you mentioned, that sort of moisture. You get a lot of dew in Houston. So even with the covers on, you would get that sweating, etc. So it's one of the most fascinating things about this game of cricket, Brian, the external factors that teams have to contend with. Again, another good delivery. Smith Patel is a far way back, almost touching the 30-yard circle. So it tells you that Brody Couch is in a good sort of pattern to start things in his first 2 deliveries.
Well, when he came in the first day of the tournament on Sunday, he'd only been here in the country for a relatively short period of time. He looks like a different bowler based on these first 2 deliveries. Bowling with much more pace, much more venom, and more along the lines of what he's reputed to be. First time laying eyes on him. I'm impressed with what I've seen from these first 2 deliveries.
Straight to the man and taken. And the first wicket for the Fire. Looks like a good toss to win. Actually raced to him, Saif Badar at point, but he held on well. Early success.
Wow. So as I said, looking much more dangerous, looking much more threatening. The attempted cut shot, I think Norman Anwar just got that one a little too straight. He's looking to play that square. I think he's looking to play that through backward point, but ends up just playing a pretty tame shot in the end, straight to that man on the 30-yard circle at cover. So the first wicket goes down, pretty straightforward catch. And I think Brody Couch now showing that he is the type of bowler that matches his reputation. In other words, he can come in, hit the deck hard, sometimes beat the batters for pace. You mentioned how far back Smith Patel was standing, almost on the 30-yard circle. And he really does look the part after these first 3 deliveries. We're 3 for 1.
Apologize for that break in transmission. Just trying to rectify that for you. But it seemed like it got a bit of extra bounce. Norman Anwar tried to ride the bounce. You see him have to actually jump to play that delivery, and probably ended up to his detriment, hitting it straight to the man. So it brings Angelo Pereira, the Sri Lankan, Haven't seen a lot of him with the bat in hand because the Knight Riders' batting lineup have been so dominant. So an opportunity for him now to sort of show the scouts, remember, this is MLC Champions Open taking place with the goal of impressing for Sunday's mega draft, first of its kind. And of course, the first season of the Major League happening later this year. So a lot at stake in these 4 matches remaining in this MLC Champions Open. Brody Coates will be happy with that. A wicket early will help his confidence. Can he get another slip in place? Goes very full this time. There is something, especially on this surface, against the left-handers. So that's something to watch when you do have some of those left-handers coming in. I realize from both ends, Brian, there's a lot more green grass sort of outside that off stump for the lefties especially.
Notice the same thing. And I'm going to go back to Brody Couch. Look where that ball, look at the carry that he's getting, and look even from short of a length where Smith Patel is collecting these deliveries. That one dying just a little bit, but I think just more than anything else, he's bowling with a lot more fire and a lot more venom. And he really looks as if he's coming in and hitting the deck hard. Went to school on what he did wrong yesterday, or I'm sorry, the first day of the tournament on Sunday. And so far, based on what we can see, he's in the right areas and asking the questions from a good short of a length, type of a length, and then on that off-stump line, nothing loose so far from him in his first 5 balls.
Similar delivery to the one he got the wicket, but instead, Angelo Pereira finds the gap. And it's the first boundary also for the UMMC Knight Riders. That will help in terms of their quest of putting a defendable total on the board.
Yeah, just in looking at the replay, just a little, gets the line wrong. The length is that attacking length that he'd been bowling so far, but the line rather was well outside the line of off stump. And no question that somebody like an Angelo Pereira, the former Sri Lankan international, is able to cash in on those types of loose deliveries.
Not straight at this time. There's deep third for protection. Ends the first over. Sorry, second over. The first boundary coming in that over, but also a wicket. End of 2, 9 for the 1. The UMMC Knight Riders, the only undefeated team in this MLC Champions Open. We've had 4 matches. The Fire won their last match, chased down 200 in 18 overs, made it look very simple. Got a really good start through Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed. That'll be something to watch. Corner Dry is going to get a second over.
It'll be interesting to see how Angelo Pereira does here. The opening pair of Naman Anwar and Unmukt Chand generally have done very well throughout the tournament. So when batters 3, 4, and 5 come in, they've sort of been able to play with a certain amount of freedom. In fact, Captain Jaskaran Malhotra has put himself at that number 3 position, usually coming in at the fall of the first wicket. That usually happened somewhere in the 7th, 8th, or 9th over. So there was a lot more freedom. This time, with an early wicket falling, look to see whether or not Angelo Pereira can sort of settle the ship, if you will, and then be able to build towards an imposing total. But they do have a good batting lineup. They bat relatively deep. So I'm interested to see whether or not that approach carries well for them here.
There is a man there. There is a man there and taken. And it's a second for the Atlanta Fire, who have been on fire to start this game with the ball in hand. And almost the perfect element of bowling to your field.
Wow. So short at the body, intentionally bowled short by Corner Dry. The trap was set, that man at deep backward square leg. And looking at the replay, it's not really a full-blooded pull, more of helping it off his hips, but carrying straight to that man down there on the boundary. So Angelo Pereira, after I said I was interested in seeing whether or not he could steady the ship and bat on, he perishes due to a good piece of bowling by Corner Dry. So on the attack right now, Atlanta Fire choosing to make sure that the decision to bat or to bowl first is one that has reaped rewards. So far, it has reaped rewards. Score is 9 for 2.
Two early wickets, deep trouble for the unbeaten Knight Riders. What would have also helped Dry was the wind. It would have probably carried it a bit extra straight to that fielder. Almost misjudged it down to that deep backward square boundary. Zia Shazad did well to hold on in the end. Brings Nitish Kumar to the middle. A lot earlier than he would have batted in those first two matches.
Interesting that you mentioned that, because I did think that he misjudged it. The wind carried it, because looking at where we are, our vantage point is directly square of where he is, Zia Shazad. And he actually came in several steps and then had to sort of jump to make sure that he took that cleanly. Had he stayed where he was back on the rope, that would have hit him maybe right at chest height. But the important thing is that he holds on to the catch. So even with the wind, which made that a little bit of a difficult catch, still able to put it away pretty easily.
Work to be done. Some rebuild needed for the Knight Riders. Can Nitish Kumar be the man to do it? They do have Unmuk Chan at the other end, but he's only faced 3 deliveries. Hasn't seen much of the strike. And you want to maximize these power play overs especially. You want someone like Unmuk Chan, who's dominated the power play in this tournament, to be facing the majority of deliveries. 2 scores of 43 and 35. But he's been at the non-strikers end for a while.
Only faced 3 deliveries and we're into the 3rd over, so has not yet had the chance to capitalize on the field restriction overs. No question that so far the power play is going the way of the Atlanta Fire.
Indecision, direct hit. Could have been gone. The dive, though, saves him. And also, they don't hit the stumps, but clearly some miscommunication between the two.
Boy, a direct hit there. I think he's gone on Mukchand. I think he's gone by probably a yard. Don't know if we'll have the opportunity to see that replay, but I think that dive might have been in vain had that been a direct hit. Looking to dive and regain his ground at the non-striker's end on Mukchand. I think he would have been gone had that hit. That just, I think, indicative of the type of pressure that's now building up on the UMMC Knight Riders.
Goes short this time. He has timed it so well, Nitish Kumar, and with the win, assisting it to go all the way for 6. First maximum of the day.
Definitely the wind assisted that. Now, in terms of the pace at which the ball got to Nitish Kumar, it sort of surprised them. That came off of the top edge, well behind square. So to me, that's an indication that the ball rushed on him. But once it got up into the air, the wind is able to easily carry it over the ropes. So looking at where the ball landed, probably a good 10 or 12 yards past the ropes. So fortuitous, but you'll definitely take that 6 if you're the UMMC Knight Riders.
There was that fielder at deep backward square, so the placement had to be pristine. Much fuller length this time. Brian, how much do you think the scouts from the respective teams of the Major League will be taking these matches and performances into account in terms of their selections on Sunday?
Well, I would think that it would be a multi-pronged strategy. Number one, you have to go with what, let's say, what the players already have on film. Go with what their reputation is and what they've done in the minor leagues so far, not to mention their careers before they started playing in the minor leagues. But certainly you want to, when they are looking at the eye test has to play a certain part in what they're thinking here. And even if somebody comes in with a decent batting average or bowling average, you still have to make sure that what they see on the ground is what they expected when they got here.
In the 3 overs, 15 for 2. We're into match number 5 of this MLC Champions Open. The 2 best teams will compete in the final tomorrow. You want to keep your eyes on that. It's looking like the UMMC Knight Riders could very well be in that finale. They've already won 2. Pretty much 1 foot in the door, but they want to ensure that they put out a good performance in this game. Already off to a shaky start. So Unmuk Chan is going to have to show his seniority. Just sort of get them to this power play and look to rebuild this innings. Brody Couch. Advance down the track. Trying to be a bit innovative, Chan.
Very interesting. Advancing down the wicket, looking to attack Brody Couch. So that tells me that he's aware that only 15 runs have been scored in the first 3 overs of the power play. So only scoring at the rate of 5 and over. And of course, you want to be able to capitalize on these power play overs. Good, aggressive, hostile bowling so far from this opening pair of Cornydry and Brody Couch. Unmuk Chan trying to sort of change that narrative.
Well, sometimes fortune favors the brave. And Unmuk Chan, well, it's not the most convincing, but it's a boundary nonetheless. I think it may have just come off the inside edge.
Certainly for me, looking at it live, coming off the inside edge, you'll have a chance to see a replay very shortly. But okay, but inside edge, too far to the right. I'll make that the left of keeper Smith Patel. Smith Patel, a former U19 teammate of Unmuk Chan. That ball racing with that pace from Brody Couch, running down to fine leg for Unmuk Chan's first boundary. He's now 5 from 5, but he's looking to do more than that. He's looking, as we've said, he's looking to make sure that the narrative is changed, because there's no question that the momentum so far is with the Atlanta Fire. Unmuk Chan looking to wrest that initiative back away from this opening pair.
Couch has bowled well, even though he's gone for 10 runs. Has bowled well and picked up the wicket. He's definitely getting the ball to carry, but wide signal. If we could just go back to Unmuk Chan, Brian, you look at the dominance of this man since coming to this country in the minor league, playing for the Silicon Valley Strikers. The most runs across the 2 seasons that we've had of the MALC. And he's done them in a dominant fashion as well, averaging over 50 with the bat. You've seen him score a couple hundreds. This will be a bigger test, though, than the minor league. You've got so much high-quality bowling on display. You almost don't get a break as a batsman. You have to keep that run rate flowing, but also have difficulties in the bowling attack you're facing.
He's a thinking batter, Unmuk Chan, so he's able to sort of manipulate the field. He plays well, 360 degrees, has shots all around the wicket. I think your point is well made that he's facing maybe slightly higher quality bowling in this tournament than in the minor leagues.
Well, Couch, after going for 56 runs in his first 4 overs of this MLC Champions Open, he's made a much improved recovery, you could say, in his second game, and definitely the pace has looked up. And remember, he's running into the wind as well from this southern end. So that in itself presents an extra challenge. Haven't seen a lot of bowlers who bowl from this end been able to keep their economies down. So this is impressive from Couch. The only bowler I think that we've seen do that is Justin Dill, also playing for this UMMC Knight Riders side. Angling at the pads, but may have been an inside edge on it. Heard 2 noises there.
Yep, certainly an inside edge. Umpire Jermaine Lindo immediately shaking the head. And then just the only signal you saw from him was indication or confirmation with his partner, Rashane Samuels at square leg, that there's 1 ball left in the over.
It was probably angling down the leg side anyway, but it was a good setup from Couch because he went sort of a shorter length early in the over and then tried to push one full. He's thinking on his feet here, Brody Couch. Goes full again and beats the outside edge. Unmuk Chan has not been convincing in these first 8 deliveries. It tells you how well the Fire have bowled to him. End of 4, 22 for 2.
We see on the replay, boy, that ball was right on the 4th stump line. Big drive essayed by Unmuk Chan and not able to get to that. So yes, that is definitely an indication of how well both Brody Couch and Cornydry are bowling. I think we're going to see spin for the first time as Emilio Ponzo is giving the sweater to umpire Rushane Samuels. Those two pacers absolutely bowling right on top of their game in the first 4 overs.
Well, this is one of the things you love about Houston, Brian. You never know what you're going to get on a given day. May have been a hint of lateral movement, a bit inwards to Unmukchan, and it is chilly, so conditions could be playing a part. It's never easy on one of these fresh surfaces like we have here on pitch number 3. So you can see Unmukchan, it hasn't been the most free-flowing start that we're used to seeing from him in the other 2 games.
Yeah, that delivery angled in from wide of the stumps and then pitching and straightening past Unmukchan. Great piece of bowling. Now Emilio Ponzo.
And because of that hint of early moisture, you may see some deliveries from the slower bowlers grip in the surface. Sarbjeet Ladder was someone, the leg spinner from this UMMC Knight Riders side. Got a lot of deliveries to grip. They were very excited about that. Just wonder if it may have been sliding down. Hit him pretty low as well. Didn't bounce.
Angle left arm around the wicket. And a bit of drift. And yeah, for me, that's just going down. Maybe hitting the 4th stump down the leg side.
In the gap this time. And those boundaries have been rare, so does well the fielder. I think it's the captain, Sami Aslam, who just keeps it to 2. They actually come back for 3. So good running between the 2, and that's what you need to do. When you're not scoring boundaries consistently, you have to find other ways of scoring. But the Fire have been commonly expensive in the power play, so this has been a much improved. Yes, conditions are on their side, but still, they've kept the boundaries to a minimum.
Kept them to minimum. Plus their lines and lengths are much more consistent today, asking the batters to do more to score off of their good balls, which I think is obviously the key to proper bowling or effective bowling. Now, 2 men in the deep, and now you see Emilio Ponzo bringing up a slip into position on the attack against Unmukchan.
Ball in, the arm ball. And if you don't pick the arm ball, it tends to beat you for pace, and it's done just that. Straight through Unmukchan. You don't see that too often. The Atlanta Fire are ready for this challenge against the undefeated side.
Unmukchan essentially playing across a straight ball. That hit middle stump. So obviously that's an indication of how straight that ball was. And he was looking to force it through the offside. So that might be just indication of the pressure of the moment getting to Unmukchan, wanting to make sure that the scoring was as free-flowing as he likes for it to be. Here you see on the replay, an arm ball, as you mentioned, right in, and a little bit of drift in addition to it being an arm ball. So drifting right in and taking out middle stump. Unmukchan playing that through the offside, missing that cross-batted shot. And the 3rd wicket goes down. A big one. Unmukchan walking back. Now the captain, Jaskaran Malhotra, will have to attempt to steady proceedings here because the UMMC Knight Riders are looking like a shell of the team that they've looked like so far in this tournament.
Well, it's so hard to pick that arm ball from Emilio Ponzo because nothing really changes. The arm speed is the same. Even the trajectory of the delivery, very similar to his other slower deliveries that he's trying to spin away from the right-hander. But it's when it pitches, it just skids on. A man that's played international cricket, Ponzo. And also, it's such a hard task as a spinner bowling in the power play, and he's done that pretty much for the majority of his career. It's been an excellent over, just 3 runs conceded. Go slow this time, Malhotra's connected. And that's the risk you have when you bowl from that end and you get it wrong. You miss, I hit, says Jaskaran Malhotra. Great way to end the over. 31 for 3.
So welcome back to this MLC Champions Open. 5 overs gone, 31 runs on the board for the UMMC Knight Riders. A bit slower of a start with 3 wickets down as well, but you got to credit the bowling of the Atlanta Fire, and they're going to continue with Brody Couch. I'm Owen Patel, joining Brian Walters. Brian, what has Atlanta done so far that's just made it so difficult for UMMC?
It built pressure just by good bowling. The good old-fashioned formula is if you keep it on a good length on off-stump, and bowling with pace in the case of the 2 opening bowlers as that ball whizzes by the outside edge of Nitish Kumar. If you build pressure that way and force the batters to score off of your good balls, then in a couple of fortuitous wickets, and the last of which was a pretty straightforward arm ball that was missed by Unmuk Chand, all of a sudden, if you're UMMC, you're under pressure. You've not yet been under pressure this entire series, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can pull themselves and extricate themselves from the current situation.
Well, it'll be shots like this as it's taken into the leg side, just one bounce out there to the fielder. But again, the intent is there from UMMC and Nitish Kumar. We've already seen him take a hook shot over the top, so they're still going after it. But you saw Jessica Malhotra after 2 deliveries ago just have a word with Nitish Kumar. How's that ball moving? It's moving away, and we're going to see how he has to deal with Brody Couch. Hasn't been asked to bat this early yet this tournament, so it's going to be an interesting challenge for him.
Certainly hasn't batted this early, and in addition, has never batted in this tournament with this much pressure. 3 wickets down inside the power play, and this is really difficult going for UMMC.
And look at this one, straight away, big appeal, and the finger raises. Jessica Malhotra goes, and again, maybe a little bit of that devious bounce of Wicket having something in it, but Brody Couch in the right areas, asking the right questions, and gets the 4th wicket for the day.
My goodness, beaten for pace. There is no question that Brody Couch looks several kilometers per hour quicker than he did on Sunday, coming back into the side for the first time since that first game or the first couple games. And you're doing well when you beat Jessica and Malhotra for pace. Looking here at the replay, dead straight for me and hits him on the back leg. That bat coming down from second slip, couldn't get there in time, and for me that's hitting the top of Midland leg. That is great bowling. Absolutely fired up here, Brody Couch, and he's bringing the heat, and the UMMC Knight Riders are feeling the pressure.
It's unbelievable delivery that we talked about. There just might be that extra bit of sideways movement, and you can see just how far this ball moves away from Jessica Malhotra's bat, expecting it to be around off stump, and just completely comes back in on Jessica, and as you mentioned, being for pace as well. Brody Couch, he's running in so much better today, not affected by the wind, getting used to the conditions, and he's showing why he's someone who has just there's so much regard for him, so much excitement about what he can bring to the major league.
Aman, he literally looks like a different bowler as compared to the one who bowled and was taken to the cleaners, including 23 in his last over on Sunday. So far, his figures 2.3 overs, 2 for 14, and he really looks like he's absolutely bringing it today.
The new man is Calvin Savage in the middle, and he's someone who got his first quote-unquote action yesterday with the bat in hand, setting up the non-strikers in with with scores level. So never really had to face the delivery, so it's a much different situation for him today. A lot of pressure, 4 wickets down in the power play. It's safe to say the Atlanta Fire have easily won this power play so far.
Oh my goodness. Regardless of what happens in these next 2 deliveries that would constitute the end of the power play, the Atlanta Fire's their choice to bowl rather, after winning the toss, more than justified. And the bowlers for the Atlanta Fire are making Sami Aslam look very, very good here in making that decision. 32 for 4, scoring at a rate of 5.65, make that 5.49 in the power play is an amazing accomplishment. And I tell you what, it speaks to how well both of these opening bowlers, Brody Couch and Corny Dry, and then supported by Emilio Ponso, it speaks to how well they're all bowling.
Again, back of length and a brilliant power play for the Atlanta Fire comes to a close. 2 runs from that over and the wicket of Jessica Malhotra. It's 33 for the loss of 4 after 6.
So, man, it's not too early to start thinking about what sort of score the UMMC Knight Riders are going to end up setting. After 6:33 for 4, that translates, if you just project their current rate of 5.5, to an overall score of 110. Generally, they accelerate towards the back end of the innings. Most teams do. But they've lost 4 big wickets. And so you ask the question, are they going to be able to just sort of steady the ship? I suspect that Captain Sami Aslam will hold back the last over by Brody Couch, but still 2 to come by Corny Dry. And then only 3 bowlers used so far as Amilo Panto is getting ready to bowl his second. So the bowling is there to restrict them. You ask the question whether or not they'll even be able to get to a decent score. Projected right now at 110, I think they'll aim higher than that. But I don't think that this is the sort of start that will have them in the 150, 160 range.
Amilo Ponzo back into the attack, as you mentioned, and he's not someone that's easy to get away. We saw Jaskar Malhotra hit him for 6, but that one of the few looseners that he'll bowl more on the stumps, quick through the air, and again, it's a rebuilding effort here for Nitish Kumar and Calvin Savage. Very different from any experience they've had so far in this Champions Open. And again, situations are what these scouts are looking for. Here's a new one. And look at this, Amilo Ponzo. He was asking a question there, but again, it's just good bowling. It's been in the right areas, and take a look at this, Brian.
Asking the right questions indeed. Left arm angle drifting in from around the wicket. There's a certain amount of drift there, and then that was also the arm ball going on with the arm.
This one just pushed into the offside, and again, that's what makes Amilo Ponzo dangerous. You're always playing for the spin coming away, but he'll just throw it on that length where you think he's going to rock back and cut it. And we saw Umung Chan fall to the arm ball because he just went back to cut, and it was well too close to do so. And that's what sets Amilo Ponzo apart. Not only the variations, but the lengths in which he bowls those variations. Calvin Savage, couple steps down the track, and as straight as you like. It's going to be a boundary, a much-needed one for UMMC. We see this consistently with the Chicago Tigers. He looks to be aggressive, and once again, gets to the pitch of this one and hits it for 4.
Calvin Savage using the feet to skip down the wicket. You mentioned it a second ago, and I think you're exactly right. The length at which Amilo Ponzo is bowling, he can land it on the proverbial dinner plate. He's that accurate. But if you're able to skip down as Calvin Savage is, and he's a tall man too, he has long arms, a couple skips and you meet the ball right at the pitch, then that presents certain options in scoring for you. So able to hit that one straight back down the ground, long on a little bit too wide. He was, in fact, moved wider by Amilo Ponzo before that last delivery.
And this time just keeps him in his crease, but again, if you are the UMMC Knight Riders, this is the way to rebuild. Find that one boundary, and then no need to play it an egregious shot. You're not going to see Calvin Savage come out with a huge sweep, and you see it 2 defensive strokes to follow that one to close an over that you'll take if you are the Knight Riders. It's 39 for 4. And it looks like we are going to see another bowling change here for the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, it looks like Imran Khan Jr. Left arm over the wicket, bowled decently in the last match that they played. The first match on Sunday, he got knocked around a little bit. But I think continuing with that same angle, left arm over, for him, I think is going to be important because you ask questions of the batter when you do that, of the right-handed batter. That angle that's created across the right-hander brings obviously the keeper into play, and then there's protection in the deep down at deep third. There's also a man on the 30-yard circle at backward point and a sweeper on the offside. So protection for that type of delivery. So I'm expecting that he's going to be bowling from over the wicket on an off-stump line or maybe outside off-stump to get those batters playing through the offsides.
Speaking of the offside, the field on the offside, just a deep third who's pretty wide and a deep cover. Also a long on and a deep backward square leg. The men out in the deep. You also have a long off in place who's just being moved a touch straighter. And again, as for that angle in, you're going to expect him to be closer onto stumps as long on moves wider. So just protecting that area, daring Nitish Kumar to go in to out over extra cover. Starts on the body and just tucked away for one. Direct hit. I think Calvin Savage was well home, but how about that? Emilio Ponzo can't get him out the game.
Wow. It's a great piece of fielding. Probably only had one stump to aim at, running in from square of the wicket on the offside. Imran Khan Jr. with that ball just on middle and off. And look at this clean pickup left-hander, so he had to run around that ball and then pick up and throw and hits the one stump that he has to aim at. That's what scouts will be looking at. In addition to how you bowl and bat, they're looking for athletic ability in the field. Certainly evidence of that there from Emilio Ponzo.
This one right on the pads, and Nitish Kumar not interested in that single, and again, probably a good decision. You can see Imran Khan slowed that one down as well. Took a little bit of pace away from Calvin Savage, and again, you mentioned it, Imran Khan in his first day, his first outing, got knocked around the park, but then was able to show off a little bit of variation that he possesses with the cutters, and then showing off the swing and the seam-up deliveries, and he's found a rhythm here in Prairie View. As this one will find the inner half of the bat for one.
Calvin Savage, thus far in this tournament, as you mentioned, his only batting so far was to come to the non-strikers with the scores level. So, you know, you and I could have gone out there and done that. But he's now being asked to play a major role. He is an all-rounder. There's no questioning his ability with the bat. So he's now being asked, instead of just affecting the game with the ball in hand, he's also now going to be asked to do what he needs to with the bat.
This one strays down the leg side and will be wide, and again just missing on a variation there. But you mentioned Calvin Savage, and he is an all-rounder, more than capable with the bat in hand. Was a big part of why Chicago Tigers were in playoff contention. Averages over 30 in minor league cricket, had a strike rate of 157, so has come up with a reputation as a big hitter. He's going to have to hold that back, though, in this situation. This one, Fuller, again, finds the inner half of the bat, and they'll take these ones, and again, it's a way to rebuild if you are UMMC.
You'll absolutely accept these singles. In fact, as of right now, UMMC should be comfortable, not necessarily comfortable, but at least they should be able to accept singles as a way of scoring from this point forward. If you, in the next 3 or 4 overs, score 5 runs and over with 5 singles, you'll accept that. Just get back to the point where you get some fluidity back into the innings, and hopefully if this still the same pair, Nitish Kumar and Calvin Savage, is still there, you can explode later on.
And this one just too close to the body there and fended away for a dot ball, but you brought it up. Again, don't know how many bats you're really looking at. You're going to talk about Justin Dill. You're going to talk about Rusty Theran, and you're going to bring up Ali Sheikh in that question as well. But you don't want to throw them out there too early. You want to have this partnership last until you would hope the 15th over. Keep those wickets in the back pocket. As this one on the pad asking a question, not going to be the correct answer though. As 8 overs pass by, it's 43 for 4. And if you took a look at that replay, looked like it was straying down leg to me. You can see all 3 stumps and also hit on the knee roll on the front foot. So you have to imagine that's probably what the umpire is looking at. Touch high, touch down the leg side.
In addition to that, left arm over, probably pitching it outside the line of leg stump. But apart from that, it was a good shout.
Well, you're always going to ask as a bowler. You're always thinking it's out. Every bowler that's ever had an LBW shout is convinced it's out.
Sure.
And I'm sure Imran Khan would have just loved to convince the umpire. And again, it's like you're in sales, Brian. You got to go and market yourself. You got to sell all the points and at least give yourself a case. You feel like you've done yourself a disservice if you don't.
No question. And, you know, the bowlers say, you know what, I have the right to ask the question. It's up to the umpire to say yes or no.
Emilio Ponzo will come back into the attack. A man with the wicket already, the big wicket of Unmukt Chand. And again, very rare to see him dismissed early. Starts off nice and straight, and again, they'll get that single off a little bit of a misfield from Emilio, but he's someone that just keeps things tight. Very economical for a spinner. Feels like your modern T20 spinner, Brian.
Spinners, generally speaking, play such a big role in a T20 attack. Because more than anything else, if the ball is coming onto the bat, even though the opening bowlers have bowled so well today and so hostile and so aggressive, the ball is coming on, you usually have more scoring options. But a good spinner is one that is really difficult to get off the square.
This one will just be pushed to the offside for one. And like we mentioned a couple days ago, in T20 cricket, it's all about how many dot balls you can build up. And as a spinner, yes, you want to take those wickets, but if you are able to just create 2 or 3 dot balls and over, especially as a spinner, you'll feel pretty comfortable. This one darted in a bit quicker. It's hit back down the ground just for one. Again, UMMC, they're not going to hate this. Like if they're finding runs, which is important, they're holding on to the wickets. But if you are the Atlanta Fire, you know that they're going to need to take a big risk at some point. You're just buying your time, trying to sneak in all these overs. Look at that, pump fake, and then Calvin Savage saying, okay, I'll come down to the pump fake. And again, all happening. A little bit of gamesmanship out there, Brian.
Just a little bit of gamesmanship. Emilio Ponce looking to capitalize on what is probably some tension building among this batting pair.
And sensing that Calvin Savage might want to come down, you can see Emilio Ponzo pulls the length back, right on the body line. Again, very smart, always thinking.
Look at that, the run rate now, 5.21. So 1 ball remaining in the 9th.
This time uses his feet, just going to be 1 down the ground to close out a very good 9th over for the Atlanta Fire. Just 4 runs coming from it, 47 for a loss of 4.
I mentioned that they should probably be comfortable. The UMMC Knight Riders will just getting around 5 runs and over for a short period of time before they look to push on later on. Well, the last 5 overs have gone for exactly 25 runs. So they're sort of sticking to that sort of approach. Now, this current run rate is 5.22. That projects to a score of 104. So they're going to need to get much more than that, I think, in order to make this a challenging match, as Imran Khan has the ball in his hands again. 8 and over from here gets them to 135. I think that's what they'll be looking for.
Oh, look at that innovation straight away. I think this is outside the line of leg stump. But again, Nitish Kumar, we see him play that shot a couple of times, and this time it was Calvin Savage trying to do something similar, unable to really get onto it there.
Calvin Savage, the man with the reputation for big hitting, didn't expect to see a reverse sweep tried straight up. And I'll tell you, as you see the replay there, of that little bit of gamesmanship earlier on. But that, to me, that shot was an indication of the desperation that's starting to sneak in.
Pushed into a vacant leg side, everyone in the deep there, and just going to get 1 forward. But you mentioned, Brian, 135 is a score that you would think with this bowling lineup that UMMC have, you know, spearheaded by Sarbjeet Lada, you still have Rusty Theran involved. You can always give overs. Calvin Savage has been good. Justin Dill has been good. Akhilesh Bhagadam. So plenty of bowling options. And if the wicket were to play similar and there's still something in it for the spinners by that second innings, it could always be interesting.
It will be interesting. So the caution to that, and I think they really do have a good varied bowling attack, but several of their seamers are carrying niggles. Rusty Theran bowled 2 overs and then left the field on Monday. Justin Dill also had a little bit of a niggle, so it remains to be seen as this is played to short square leg for another single. It remains to be seen whether or not that is in any way a concern and whether or not the fast bowlers can hit the deck as hard as they ordinarily would and bowl the way that they're capable of bowling. That would be the only concern for me, is that they're carrying relative different degrees of physical limitations, and whether or not that can carry on throughout the match is something to watch for.
Rolls his fingers over this one. Quick single taken, quick single gotten with 1 delivery left here in this 10th over. Again, more than happy to get these singles and buy their time in this innings. And again, also another thing to consider, will the wicket still have that much in it for the spinners? Will there still be that grip involved? Sun is out, no clouds in the sky, so Sun will continuously be beating down on it. It'll be interesting to see how much the wicket has. Again, slower one. This time squeezed through the infield. Sweeper cover coming around, but not going to get there, and a 4 to close out the over. So a good over for the UMMC Knight Riders, the first one in quite some time after this back foot punch from Nitish Kumar.
Well, play, just punching it off the back foot, and it races away to deep backward point for the first boundary in a very long time. So that is the end of 10. The score is 56 for 4.
So far, all the way of the Atlanta Fire in these first 10 overs. The UMMC Knight Riders are going to have to do a lot of work in this back 10. That's 60 deliveries remaining. They want to get to a respectable total. We've seen 200 being chased down by the Fire pretty easily with just the loss of 1 wicket in their last game. However, this surface is a new one and different. And we're going to see Zia Shazad for the first time today. Man that you want to keep your eye on, and leg spinner. We know the value of leg spin in T20 cricket. Down the track, we speak about the value. He's showing it every time he gets the ball, Zia Shazad. Calvin Savage, the pressure was building. He had to get a move on and just walks past one. Another wicket for the Fire. The Knight Riders have lost half their side. So early success. Say good afternoon to Peter Della Penna. Good morning, sorry.
And it's that variable bounce we've seen at times on this Prairie View pitch over the course of the week. And that one just keeping a touch low. Could see what Calvin Savage was trying to do there. And swinging across the line when there's that variable bounce is going to lead to situations like that. Zia Shazad. Not a bad way to start. Wicket first ball coming into the attack. And even though the fact that UMMC Knight Riders are halfway down, just 1 ball past the halfway point of the innings, what it does mean is open up an opportunity here for a youngster like Ali Sheikh. He impressed with the ball a few days ago, and now he's got a golden opportunity to really showcase himself in front of the scouts here to press his all-around claims. We've seen that within the U.S. domestic scene, especially at junior level, what he can do talent-wise with the bat in addition to ball. This is a different caliber player he's got to prove himself against, and there's no better time to do it than 4 days before the MLC draft.
So immediate impact for Zia Shazad. Has bowled well in this MLC Champions Open. Was a tad expensive in the last game. They really took a liking to him, but it was a tough pitch for all bowlers really on day 2 of this MLC Champions Open. So close to 800 runs being scored on the day. Today though, a different story. Have to work for your runs. You've seen what has been an unstoppable batting lineup really struggle in these first 10 overs. Too short, but does have protection in the deep, hitting into the bigger side. And if you earn your length, probably where you want it to be, you think you'd rather be too short than too full. So it forces you as a batter, whether left or right-hander, to hit square into the much bigger boundary. The onside for a left-hander and the offside for a right-hander. But that run rate is below 5.5 runs per over. You don't tend to see that too often with a star-studded batting lineup that the Raiders have. Indecision. And I think he's short. He is. Things going from bad to worse. We had an early mix-up in the innings. Nitish Kumar survived. Now he's run out.
And again, it's a symptom of the pressure. Nitish Kumar, who's looked good all week. Every game he's got to start. And I don't think he's going to do himself too much harm in the grand scheme of things in the eyes of the scouts, getting out, run out the way he did. He's demonstrated every time he's come out, he's a quality player. But yeah, running between the wickets, Ali Sheikh, that just looked like a symptom of Ali Sheikh knows he hasn't had time in the middle, and he wasn't going to be willing to take any risks. Nitish Kumar was looking to stay busy, and Ali Sheikh, probably somewhere in the back of his mind subconsciously, is thinking to himself, I'm not going to run myself out here when this could be my last chance to showcase what I can do with the bat. It was always going to be a very tight run, and Nitish Kumar, unfortunately, gets the short end of the stick there.
A lot of work to be done for the Riders if they're to get anything respectable. 120 seems a long way away.
And on the flip side, you got to say credit to Emilio Aponso and Brody Couch. They were the fielders over there in the offside ring who put the pressure on and created that run-out opportunity that was converted.
And Zia Shazad, you can see immediately on surfaces like this where the ball is gripping, he can be a real handful. We want to see how Sarbjeet ladder balls later on. Off the mark straight away is Justin Dill, the new batter. Not really known for his batting exploits.
And yet again, though, like I said, it's an opportunity for somebody like him to show what he can do in one of the last opportunities prior to the draft. Like you said, more known for being a bowler.
Well, Ali Sheikh can bat. There's no doubt about it. He can definitely bat, so he can certainly lead them to this situation. End of the 11th over, 59 for 6. Back live here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, field number 6. The UMMC Knight Riders up against the Atlanta Fire. Going to see Matthew Trump into the attack for the first time. This is a youngster like Ali Sheikh who you want to keep your eyes on. Very skilled, very talented, originally from South Africa. Now has moved to the United States and was very impressive right here in Houston in the minor league, playing for the Houston Hurricanes. Can he make an impact? First time with the ball in hand in this MLC Champions Open. Sami Aslam seems like he's not happy with something, so he went to umpire Jermaine Lindo.
Yeah, Matthew Trump, his twin brother Joshua. His brother Joshua is a wicketkeeper, primarily. With the two of them coming over to the U.S. as teenagers. Their dad, Brett, is always a fixture at matches. They had an interesting situation last year. Because they were on different teams. So even though they're based here in Texas,
but you certainly want to keep your eyes on, because in the minor league, Wicket's column wasn't necessarily the most abundant, but that was not his role in that Hurricanes team. It was sort of more to hold the innings together in the middle period and also bowl a lot of overs in the death. And his economy was less than 7 runs per over. Picked up 10 wickets in 11 matches. Very impressed by this young man.
Yeah, Matthew is with the Houston Hurricanes, and Joshua was with the Dallas Mustangs. And for those not familiar with Texas geography, as we see a no ball signaled here, so it's going to be a free hit to Justin Dill. Houston and Dallas about a 3-hour drive apart. So when they had matches on the same day, one parent stuck with Matthew and the other parent went to go see Joshua play. 3 miles away, made things a little bit tricky, but they managed.
Clearly overstepping, but again, having to run into the wind will be a challenge for the young man. Goes pace off. That's the variation we were talking about. Won't get to the boundary, won't be taken, doesn't matter too much, but he does have those. I think I've seen 3 or 4 different slower deliveries bowled by Trump. Saw them in the Pakistan Junior League as well, where he traveled to in 2022. Played with some of the best youngsters in the world for the Gujranwala Giants. 6 wickets in just 3 games as well, so definitely has something there in terms of his talent. This is in the gap. He's just brought up Dominic Rickey from off that boundary. And Ali Sheikh maneuvers the field well. Finds the gap for 4.
I said it the other day, he's a thinking cricketer. You look at him, his technique is not exactly polished, but he's very good at finding gaps, Ali Sheikh. And he scores runs, that's the bottom line. He scores runs, takes wickets. His bowling technique, he doesn't really turn the ball a lot. He just uses his cleverness, varying his pace, and with the bat, he finds gaps. Sometimes he's a little bit hard-handed. He kind of pushes at the ball with his hands a little bit early at times, which is somewhat of a product of playing the majority of his cricket on artificial wickets in Dallas, and then the Dallas area. He's from Plano, which is a suburb of Dallas. But he's got natural athleticism, and he's a good timer of the ball. So even though his technique might not be too flash, his scoring ability certainly is. And right here, again, he's also an excellent runner between the wickets. I know he was involved in the run out, but by and large, he's somebody who's quick. He'll look to push for singles, look to push and turn ones into twos. He's an effort player. He's an attitude player, and that's the kind of guy you want on your team.
67 for 6. Trump's first over, 8 runs conceded. And the spin that's worked so well today. Continuing. You saw Amir Ponzo really build pressure, got the wicket of Unmukt Chan early. And they've just kept a stranglehold on this innings. The spin and pretty much the entire attack for the Fire. Sammy Hassan will be happy with this performance after they conceded 200 in the last game.
I can get from here to Austin in 90.
I remember PDP, each team must have an under-23 player in their squad. So guys like Ali Sheikh, Matthew Trump are going to be ones to watch in that draft on Sunday.
100%. And then you've also got guys like Sai Mukamala, who's touring with the U.S. team, who has impressed with New Jersey Stallions. Got guys like Vatsal Vagela, Golden State Grizzlies, left-arm spinner. He's also touring with USA at the moment as reserve. He fits into that under-23 age bracket as well. So there's a few options floating around, but of the ones currently here in Texas, Ali Sheikh, Matthew Trump, definitely prime targets.
He's doing well, as you said, Ali Sheikh. Just a turn over the strike. Only have the 4 wickets remaining, so need to ensure that they can at least get to the 15th over this pair. They want to get anywhere close to 120, which you think would be way below par, even though it's been a tough surface to bat on.
What they're doing here, just stretching the game out. Can knock singles around, just get to that 16th over. If you can stretch the score out to 100 after 16, and then you can try and go at 10 and over for the last 4 overs to try and get to 140. That's the mindset they've got to have right about now.
There's been no difficulty in rotating the strike. They've done that pretty well, but there will come a point in time where they have to find the boundary. Another good over for the Fire. Just 5 singles from it. 72 for 6. Back here live. Matthew Trump continuing for his second. And what was most impressive about him, watching him in that Pakistan Junior League, and those surfaces which can be very placid in Pakistan, he didn't go for too many runs, took 3 wickets in one of the games, 2 in quick succession in 1 over, and he really showcased a variation on those surfaces which make you think as a seamer especially, because guys are coming at you pretty hard. Most things are stacked against you as a seamer, so if he can bowl there and do well, surely he has the skill set to be able to succeed in an environment like this against some of the best cricketers in the country.
Yeah, certainly the opportunity that he's had to travel around. Again, he's originally from Gauteng, South Africa, and spent a decent amount of time here in Texas, and like you said, getting the opportunity play in Pakistan, the Pakistan Junior League, all these things, getting experience in different conditions, it all adds up.
This has been good from Ali Sheikh. He's showing that he's, I think, just playing the situation well. This is good situational awareness from the youngster.
And again, this is one of the things I've been talking about. He's a thinking cricketer. You wouldn't know it from talking to him, though, if you can talk to him. He's one of the most quiet guys you'll ever come across. He's a man of few words off the cricket field, but you get him into a setting where he's engaged about cricket, and he's got all sorts of scenarios going through his mind.
And not to mention the fact that he's taken the most catches in the minor league season, so he has that asset as well. And as you saw it 2 days ago, he took 3 wickets in 1 over.
Yeah, and when he gets into that mode, like I said, he doesn't say much off the field, but you get him on the field, he loves talking trash. Sledging, if you want to call it that in cricket. And his teammates like his attitude. He can get a bit feisty at times. He's a good guy to have in your corner.
Just past Trump, and they'll get another single, but the Fire are doing well. They haven't conceded a boundary now in the last some 10 deliveries, so they're building pressure well.
Ali Sheikh, he's the kind of guy I describe as being like a Claude Lemieux. That's the comparison I always make. Claude Lemieux, former NHL hockey player, was a very skilled goal scorer, but he was also had a reputation as somebody who could needle you at times, could give you a cross check in the back. Here's that slower ball you're talking about, Nikhil. Just on straight down the leg side. But Claude Lemieux was the type of guy, everybody loved him as a teammate, and he was the guy you hated playing against the most. He was the guy you least wanted to face on the opposite side of the ice. If I think about it in the NBA, almost in a similar style, kind of like a Matthew Dellavedova maybe a little bit. Patrick Beverly, I'm going to shout out. I think maybe a little bit of a Draymond Green, a little bit. Brian Walters is shouting Dennis Rodman. We haven't seen Ali Sheikh go for the dyed hair, the Demolition Man dyed hair, a la Dennis Rodman. But yeah, Dennis Rodman, he was the guy who did the dirty work. He was the guy who was unselfish, did all the stuff that his teammates loved, and you absolutely hated line up against Dennis Rodman on the opposite side of the field. It's come to the end of the over. 79 for 6 after 14. Ali Sheikh has got that kind of characteristic about him, like those other guys. All of his teammates love him. You talk to Corey Anderson about Ali Sheikh. Corey Anderson, who loves Ali Sheikh, having him at Dallas Mustangs.
A couple of really tight overs put together by the Fire. Last 2 overs, just 20 runs, just above a run a ball. Still, that run rate is below 6 and over. So they're not even going to get to 120 unless things can sort of increase. They don't have a lot of batting to come. So a lot will be up to this pair in the middle. Now the dot. How do they sort of get themselves to at least 120 from here?
Like I said, I think pushing singles and twos at this stage for the next 2 overs is not the worst thing in the world. You can't be soaking up dots, though, like Justin Dilla's doing, and that's not going to get you anywhere. But I don't think they need to be slogging necessarily at this stage. Again, just knock it around, try and get to 95. And then you set your target for 10 and over the last 4 overs.
Shazad has bowled well. He's bowled on the stumps, been very accurate, and then he's gotten a few deliveries to just gripping the surface, which have presented another challenge. Seems like Ali Sheikh wants a change of bat. Maybe the time to go after the bowling, so he's gone for the lighter or heavier bat. Depends on the batter. Some, when they're looking for more power, go with the heavier bat. Others like a lighter bat to be able to get that bat swing through the ball quickly. He's using the edge of his new bat. So again, Zia Shazad, just 9 runs conceded in 16 deliveries bowled, and he's picked up a wicket. This has been a golden spell. A new bowler coming in could have easily let sort of the intensity, some of it away, off, I should say. But when he's coming to the attack late in the innings, he's ensured that he's kept the pressure on. Exactly what his captain would have wanted. Should just be 1 to end the over. And just 2 runs from the over. We have 5 remaining. The Knight Riders have to get a move on here. 81 for 6.
Welcome back to the last 5 overs of this MLC Champions Open. In this match number 5 between the UMMC Knight Riders and the Atlanta Fire. It's been all Atlanta Fire from early stages, taking wickets early and often. And as we see Brody Couch return, Amon Patel joining Peter Della Penna in the box. Last 5 here, and it's time to tee off if you are the UMMC Knight Riders, Peter.
And although that's what they need to do, accomplishing it is going to be a bit more difficult, easier said than done. As Brody Couch is coming back into the attack. He's already struck twice today. Much more impressive spell than he had in his first outing here in Texas.
Oh, look at that shot by Ali Sheikh over the top of extra cover. Not flustered by the pace. And Ali Sheikh picks up a boundary.
That was one of those vintage Batman kapow captions off of that drive. Wham! In the slot, half volley on fifth stump. And pick your comic book caption. That was just thumped with authority over extra cover. Gorgeous shot from Ali Sheikh.
Brody Couch just getting a touch too full there. Doesn't really have the field for that type of delivery with it stacked in the leg side. A little bit too wide as well. See how he adjusts here. This time goes shorter. And zips past Ali Sheikh. That time he got the pace. Ali Sheikh looked to play it late, just unable to get onto it. And Brody Couch, as you mentioned, much more impressive here in today's innings and his first spell. As you take a look at this, just again, looks like he just feels comfortable going through the run-up. Again, that extra bounce.
He's had some time to get through the jet lag. Maybe you can blame it on that coming in from Australia.
Again, go short. Top edge. I think he's going to find the boundary. It will. Tad bit unlucky there for Brody Couch, but more runs off the bat of Ali Sheikh.
They all count. Not nearly as glamorous as the first boundary in the over, but you can argue somewhat intentionally played. You could see he was almost trying to uppercut it to third man. He got it much finer than he really wanted to, but the intent was there to try and get it up and over the infield.
And this is just the type of start to an over that can get into the heads of the Atlanta Fire. You can see Brody Couch just having a talk with mid-off, and again now trying to change the plans. You saw him go full early. Now he's pulled the length back. Ali Sheikh just causing some problems. This time on a hard length and really well bowled right into the body of Ali Sheikh. Nothing he could really do with that one.
And he fought it off well. Just fight to see the next delivery. He's already got 2 boundaries in the over, so you won the over. You don't need to do anything reckless or stupid to get out now. The last 5, if they can go with 10 and over at this rate, that's a win for the UMMC Knight Riders. So Ali Sheikh won't mind just negotiating that delivery in the way that he did.
Again, back of a length this time, chipped up into the air. It's not going to find a fielder. But again, showing off the pace is Brody Couch.
I was in a local sporting goods shop yesterday, and they had a speed gun. They had the radar guns in the baseball section, and I was tempted to buy one, and now I'm regretting it. I wish I had bought one, because I'd like to get out there and get the radar gun out for Brody Couch. He's bowling some serious gas right now, Aman.
Definitely plenty of heat and fire on it, as Justin Dill will come on to strike. And again, it's been a lot of Ali Sheikh as of late, and Justin Dill can swing the willow around a bit as a member of the New Jersey Stallions in the first season and as a member of the St. Louis Americans in minor league cricket. Full straight, push back down the ground, quick single, chance. Direct hit might have been interesting, but he'll survive in the end, retain strike, and at the end of 16, it's 91 for loss of 6. Well, it'll be interesting to see where Sami Yeslam elects to go. Looks like he is going to go with Shia Zazad. And why not? Just 2 runs off his previous over. If he can continue to pull off stuff like this, you're going to see the Knight Riders with a lower score. But it could be intriguing. This one's pushed into the offside for 1. Again, always dangerous, Peter, to bowl those spinners, and especially the wrist spinners, towards the tail end of an innings.
On the flip side, it's the high risk, high reward. You do see sometimes Rashid Khan bowl at this stage of the match and get an awful lot of wickets. You can go heavy. You've also seen Rashid Khan get torched by Chris Gale at this stage of an innings. So it can go both ways.
Right now, won't mind the singles at this stage. I think the Fire will be happy to give up singles as long as they're not conceding boundaries. We mentioned Justin Dill's exploits with the bat. Strikes it just over 112, has a high score of 66 in minor league cricket. Someone who comes in lower middle order. Isn't really asked to do a lot of the heavy lifting, but has shown the ability to do so at times.
In some ways, you could argue he's been underutilized with the bat in minor league cricket.
Skip down the track and hit straight to short extra cover. The captain, Semiasom, puts him down.
I think he might check his hands for some skid marks on that one. That came like a rocket off the bat of Ali Sheikh.
Again, use of the feet. Again, another dot ball. Shahzad reacting to it and expecting that early, but Peter can't really blame Semiasom for putting that one down.
Again, he's shaking his hands. There's some sting on that one. The temperature's climbed up to 75 degrees today with the biting wind.
As this one's cut away for one.
You've got all players in the field basically still in long sleeves. Justin Dill has been batting with a sweatshirt on for most of his innings, so in the Texas Plains, that's a chance that he'll sting, and it'll leave a mark in this kind of weather.
Well, if it's going to leave a mark, he's wish he would have taken it as well, but that'll do it for the 17th over. A good over for the Fire. Just 4 runs coming from it. It's 95 for 6, so the gamble with a spinner pays off.
And it just shows how
Change in bowling. It's Imran Khan Jr. as Couch finished his 4-over spell. Slower one deceives Ali Sheikh that time.
this is the area where some of the locally developed players struggle a little bit more than more experienced players. You don't see an awful lot of the variations land on the mark from the players coming up at junior level. So it's a tough adjustment for the batters as well.
Comes down the track and able to adjust to it well. Again, Imran Khan spotting the movement early. Pushes it away for one. Again, Imran Khan Jr. didn't have the greatest start, much like Brody Couch, to this Champions Open. But his next 2 affairs with the ball in hand has looked really good.
Yeah. A few of the innings are batter dominated. Not only did we see Brody Couch struggle and Imran Khan struggle, but Ali Khan took some punishment a couple days ago. So there's a number of bowlers who are looking to balance out the ledger. And Imran Khan and Brody Couch have certainly done that here today.
Again, using his feet and again not getting quite all the way to that delivery. Imran Khan's keeping it away out of the reach of Ali Sheikh. And again, you have to imagine at some point Ali Sheikh's going to send his crease and wait for one to sit up on him.
And on the flip side, I thought that was 2 off the bat, but Dominic Rickey really, really quick along the ground. It's one of the underrated aspects of fielding is foot speed along the ground. Doesn't really get measured or tracked as well as it probably should be in terms of players who are denying runs. Rickey does that very well.
And this one races past the outside edge. Again, it's just been really good bowling all the way through for the Atlanta Fire, continuing in this 18th over. This time off the hand of the Pakistani quick.
Yeah, that projected total keeps on shrinking. I was saying 140 around the 12 over mark, then it turned into 130. A couple overs go now if they can get to 120.
Another slower one to close out the over. They could think about 2, and they will. Ali Sheikh, he's quick. And big shouts and given. Justin Dill not quick enough. Throwing from the deep was good enough to close out the 18th over. The risk doesn't pay off, and Justin Dill has to go. The 7th wicket falls.
Well, that was an absolute laser. Zia Shahzad, he's been all over the field today with the ball in hand, and now in the field. He charges in, and just a bullet hits the base of off stump. Justin Dill thought he was in, but the umpire felt otherwise. And he didn't exactly bust it for that first run, and that's probably what cost him in the end. He was kind of just jogging a little bit, and he wasn't happy with the decision, but that was the best replay from behind the wicketkeeper. You could clearly see the bat was a few inches short of the line, so an excellent decision on the line. But look at Zia Shahzad. He's been one of the standout players, I got to say, over the course of these 3 match days. Everything he's done has really stood out. He's been hustling, and that's just a carry-on of what he's been doing in minor. Here's a great view of, we'll see when Justin Dill comes back for the second, but he's kind of ball watching here. He's not exactly just turning his head down and just going full steam ahead. And here's the best angle. You'll see when the ball hits the stumps, the bat is right now. You can see it's clearly short of the line. So outstanding work from Zia Shahzad.
And that does it for the 18th over. 99 for loss of 7. And we'll go to Amila Aponzo, Wilsemi Aslam, who started out really well initially with that wicket of Unmukhchand, as Ali Sheikh gets one, and it'll be Sarvjit Ladda to face his first delivery. Sarvjit Ladda, he's going to fancy himself with the ball today with that extra bit of grip in the surface. But right now it's going to be about making sure you can get some runs with the bat in hand. Doesn't really get many innings with the bat, just 17 runs across minor league cricket, so a new situation for him. This one chipped straight up, and the simplest of catches for Amila Aponzo. Looked like he was trying to turn the corner behind fine leg, leading edge, and Amila Aponzo, he's taking a second wicket.
Very nonchalant with the catch. And there's going to be a few wickets that come easier to Amila Aponzo than that one right there. As he said, he just tried to turn this into the leg side a bit too early. Ball just gripping a little bit more than he expected in the wicket, and he turns the bat face to close it too early. Leading edge pops up to Aponzo. And now the UMMC Knight Riders are 8 down.
8 down. I think it's going to be Akhilesh Bogadam coming out into the middle. Again, we'll get that confirmed to you, but not the way the UMMC Knight Riders expected this innings to go. Thought they were going to be able to get in here and carry a lot of that momentum that they had in the previous couple of matches, and really haven't had to rely on anyone other than the openers and maybe the one down where Jessica Malhotra would come in for the previous couple of matches. But today, a much different story as Rusty Theran rather marches his way into the middle.
Yeah, I don't think Rusty Theran was expecting this about an hour ago. He was having a casual stroll on the boundary, taking in the scene. And suddenly he's been pressed into action. He didn't get to bowl a full spell the other day. What came off the field injured. And just a slight issue. He's back in the lineup today. Expected to bowl.
Have to imagine he's going to be given that new ball, but right now the thought is going to be, how can I get Ali Sheikh back on to strike? And just defends it away against Smith Patel. Always animated behind the stumps. And again, Amila Aponzo, just been his day today. Big swing of the bat. Fielder's in place, and he's not going to get there. Just over the outstretched arm of long off. And Rusty Theran says, I'm not just taking ones here. I'm going for the big shot.
Rusty had his Wheaties for breakfast. It's overpitched, plenty of width on offer, and that is not an easy shot because, again, the wind has been blowing in from that direction all week long. So to muscle it through that wind, I think Dominic Ricky thought it was going to stay inside the boundary, take it comfortably, and instead it carries for 6.
And this time a little paddle into the leg side for 1, and we'll bring Ali Sheikh on to strike. So a good way to get some runs on the board, keep it moving. Again, that 6 prompted UMMC past the 100 mark, and for the Knight Riders, gonna want to get to 120 in 7 deliveries. Big heave from Ali Sheikh. Fielder's in place, and he won't take it. Never looked like he made up the ground, and Ali Sheikh gets out over to the other end. So nearly a 3rd wicket for Emilio Ponzo to close out the 19th over.
Rare blemish on Zia Shazad. And this is what I talked about a couple balls earlier with Dominic Ricky. It's been extremely difficult to clear the boundary on that side with the wind blowing in all week long. And Zia Shazad, I think he just thought that was going to travel a little bit more than it did. It died on him very late. He got hands to it in the end, but unable to come up with it.
Unable to come up with it. 19 overs gone, 108 for loss of 8. Welcome back to the MLC Champions Open. Match number 5 here between the UMMC Knight Riders and the Atlanta Fire. The Atlanta Fire won the toss. They elected to bowl, and it proved to be a fruitful strategy, holding the Knight Riders to 126. So they'll need 127, and this is a team that, if you recall yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, chased down a score of 200 with such ease. Able to do it before the 20 over mark, and a new wicket, new day, always a new challenge, but Mukhtar Ahmed has quickly become one of the fan favorites, one of the most impressive players, the ex-Pakistan national, who has a couple of 50s internationally. He scored some runs out there, and it'll be Rashid Taran to start things off for the UMMC Knight Riders. Again, going to need a good start. We'll see how quickly spin is being brought, and again, all the intriguing variables that Prairie View Cricket Complex possesses. So here we go, Rashid Taran to start things off to Mukhtar Ahmed. Captain Sami Aslam. It's going to be at the non-strikers end. I'm Patel. I'm joined by Peter Della Penna. Peter, 127. That's what's required for the Atlanta Fire. As we see ball 1 here from Rashid Taran. And starts down the leg side, and it'll be a boundary to open up the account of the Atlanta Fire. So 4 runs for Mukhtar Ahmed straight away.
Yeah, this guy's had the Midas touch with the bat throughout this event. Anything he touches turns to gold. And more often than not, it's been with a power. But here, showing off the finesse. Just tickling that down the leg side.
And Mukhtar Ahmed, 80 off 41. When the Atlanta Fire chased 200 in just 18 overs. This time on the body, and that seems to be the ploy from Rashid Taran. He's attacking the body line, going on that hard length we saw from Cornet Dry and Brody Couch. Rashid Taran, someone who's played international cricket for 2 teams, a lot of experience in his hands, is dealing with a little bit of a niggle, so we'll see how many overs he does bowl, if it's just the 2 up front or if he's able to come back in the death. But so far so good, apart from that first delivery, right on the spot, hitting the right areas.
Yeah, it's the experience of Rusty Taran. He's Not going to blow anybody away with his pace, but he's a very canny operator. Nibbles the ball a little bit off the seam. Just makes life difficult for the batters in some kind of unusual ways.
This one pushed in through the offside and going to be saved by mid-off for one. Didn't quite time it all the way. Mukhtar Ahmed will bring the captain and the MVP of the 2021 edition of minor league cricket, Sami Aslam, to the middle. And he's shown why he's been so valuable. And he, yesterday, was able to get things going early, scoring 90 off 54 not out. Able to pick up the mantle from Mukhtar Ahmed. So, again, really good player, Sami Aslam. He's played Test cricket for Pakistan, a different format, but he's adjusted to it well. Showed off the range of shots he possesses and very good with any width. And you have to imagine Restaurant going to continue with the body line approach. Goes wide and goes too wide. Going to be an extra there. It's the first extra of the day.
Rusty doesn't look thrilled with it. He's having a look at Jermaine Lindo there, the umpire. Have a look on the replay. Can understand why he's a little bit unhappy. It was touch and go on the guideline. I think with the angle, he thought it was hugging just inside.
And this one just gently run down to third man for one. And again, player who likes width, and that's why you're going to consistently see that deep third there early on for Sami Aslam, because he's just able to use pace and open the face of the bat, score those easy runs behind square. This is the man to watch for Peter Ahmed. Again, has showed off the power. Had some brilliant shots. I can recall that pickup shot he had from batting on the southern end, the opposite end of the ground he's batting on now, into the leg side. But so far, Restaurant, he's kept him in check. And at the end of the first over, it's 7 without loss. And it'll be Justin Dill with the ball in his hand. And again, Justin bowled well from this end a couple of days ago on that hard length. We'll see where he continues to the left-handed Sami Aslam. Just testing things out at the moment. But again, Justin Dill, someone who's just been really special in minor league cricket, was one of the reasons the New Jersey Stallions able to get to championship in 2021 and part of the St. Louis Americans, and was their premium strike bowler, 33 wickets over 2 seasons with an economy of 6.85. So you can understand why he is such an asset to have on a side and why many expect him to be off the board in a hurry in the draft that will culminate at the Johnson Space Center this Sunday, March 19th. And again, gently run down to point, and something that Sami Aslam does a lot early on in his innings is just that kind of run down, looking to keep strike moving. Again, not a huge total, so no need to force anything if you are the Atlanta Fire.
It's a tricky balance for the team chasing here. because we talked about this on air the first couple match days. You're not going to impress anybody by nudging singles around here. And yet, if you're a batter, you also don't want to embarrass yourself and get out with a low score, missing out on an opportunity to impress the scouts. You want to impress them by showing you can strike boundaries and be efficient instead of knocking singles around, but you don't want to just burn yourself and get out cheaply, because that's not going to do yourself any favors either. So this is a tricky situation for the Atlanta Fire batters, not just in the context of you want to win the game, but you want to impress the scouts. How do you go about doing that when there's not too many runs to get?
Well, you can see here that little change in the field. That first slip has gone much wider, almost into a gully. And this one thickishly off the outside of the bat, and it's an easy catch, simple, at mid-off, and the first wicket goes. You talked about it, don't want to get out cheaply. They were daring Sammy Uslam to play into the wind on that side of the ground. Couldn't clear it, wasn't able to time it, and the first wicket falls for the Atlanta Fire.
Just the slightest bit of dot ball pressure, that's all it took. And Sammy Uslam feeling that dot ball pressure, just charges down the wicket to try and relieve the pressure and miscues it. Can't clear mid off up in the ring. A very simple catch taken by Calvin Savage.
Simple indeed, Peter. Simple indeed. And again, it's things like this that can just keep the Knight Riders in the game. It's the experience that you have, and that's why we were saying 127 is not going to be easy, just with the type of bowlers that the Knight Riders possess, and playing on a new wicket, a little bit of grip in the wicket. New man comes into the middle. It's Smit Patel, and Smit quite like Sammy Uslam in the sense of he likes pace on the ball, likes to play those conventional shots through the ground, and has had to adjust to playing a lot more T20 cricket since coming to the United States, but didn't seem like it was a big adjustment period, as in his first match with the Manhattan Yorkers, 99 not out. Peter Delapenna, you were there in Florida. An impressive cricketer. Again, the Atlanta Fire, they'll need him to be firing to make this an easy run chase. This one will be wide down the leg side there. Ball kept by Jaskran Malhotra. But again, this is the start you're looking for if you're the Knight Riders. Take that first wicket. The Atlanta Fire took the first one in the second over. The trend follows. This one, just that inward movement. Bit more grass on this second wicket we're using today. This one hits straight back down the ground. That's going to go all the way for 4. As straight as you like. We talked about it. Very conventional stroke player. Times it beautifully. And timed that one down the ground for 4.
Yeah, Justin Dill just over pitching slightly. And Smit Patel is driving through the line. Gets it through mid off. Easy as you like.
This time comes down the track, and Justin Dill adjusts it well. Keeps him on the back foot. So one delivery left in this over, and again, quick wickets are what's going to be key for the Knight Riders. We talked about the Atlanta Fire taking their first one in the second. And then from there, it seemed like almost every other over they were getting a wicket. Got one in the third, got one in the fifth. Got one again in the sixth. So kept things, the Atlanta Fire kept the Knight Riders on the back foot the entire length of the way, keeping things uncomfortable. This one just run to that gully position, and that'll be the end of the second over. At the end of 2, it's 12 for loss of 1. 2 overs gone here in the second innings, and it'll continue to be Rusty Theron from the southern end. Just gave up 7 in his first over. Starts out with the wide down the leg side again, just trying to attack the body of Mukhtar Ahmed, not give him the width that we've seen him take advantage of so far.
And again, Rusty's just, see, it doesn't look like he's 100%. That's when he's at his best, when he's at his sharpest. These are the subtle things that you don't see coming out of him.
Again, UMMC don't want to be leaking runs. Not many to work with, and don't want to give any freebies here. But look at this. Again, just creating problems and asking all the right questions right now is Rusty Theron. Just hurrying on. Getting a little bit of extra bounce onto Mukhtar Ahmed as they get away with 1 there.
And just cramping him up. That's more of what you expect from Rusty Theron.
In the field set here for Rusty Theron, they have a deep third man who's incredibly wide and a deep backward square for that hard length, as this one's just run to point. Pretty similar to the way we saw Noman Anwar get dismissed by Brody Couch. Felt like it was off that length, and this caught a little bit more of the outer piece of the bat, but again, very similar lengths, and UMMC have definitely learned from what the Atlanta Fire have done in the first innings, going on that hard length and using some of the cutters, cramping the batters up for room. You see Rusty gesturing there. He's just looking at the ball to rise up. One Mukjand stationed at first slip, almost a second slip. A bit wider than conventionally you would see. This one fuller in length, got that extra bit of bounce as well. And again, hands on head from everybody inside the ring for UMMC. It's been a good start here for Rusty Theron.
So much for talking about how this is going to be a case of the Atlanta Fire batters going easy on the UMMC. This is a battle out there right now. And that one jags back quite sharply. And he's lucky not to get an inside edge on that through to the keeper.
Just took advantage of that gap between bat and pad. And again, Theron, he's nippy off the wicket. Doesn't move it a whole lot, but being aided by the grass on the wicket so far. This one jags, and there it is. Second wicket goes. This time it's Smit Patel. We just talked about how Mukjand was positioned just a touch wider than conventionally he would be. A big hug there to second slip, and the second wicket goes. Again, it's that length that creates that issue, Peter.
Well, he was probing away and probing away and probing away. And just that pressure building, almost an identical ball to the previous one that beat him through the gate. And instead, this time, Smit Patel overcompensates, getting too far inside the line. And it just climbs off the shoulder of the bat, going to slip. So, even if he's not at his best, Rusty Theron shows how threatening he can be.
Getting the vast amounts of experience for Rusty Theron, all paying off there. Just coming back in on Smit Patel, rising on him. And Mukjand made that catch look really easy. He was racing towards him. You could see him flip the hands too. Sure-handed fielder there at second slip. And again, need to take wickets at regular intervals. It's kind of the pattern that's working so far. At the end of 3 overs, UMMC, they were 15 for 2 right now. The Atlanta Fire are 14 for 2 as Saif Badar comes into the middle.
Yeah, we're in a dogfight right now. I'm watching these two teams scrap it out. doesn't look like anything's going to come too easy, and it makes that 49 by Ali Sheikh look all the more impressive, seeing how Atlanta Fire have struggled to get out in the early part of this power play.
Saif Badar has played in the Pakistani under-19 setup. It's a good bat in his own right. And a flick one and just get a dot ball to start things off. But again, never going to be easy to get in straight away with the way Rusty Theran's bowling.
He's dusted off the cobwebs, Rusty, and whatever injury issue he's had. Just takes him a little bit of time to get the wheels greased up a bit.
Again, Rusty Theran's just gotten things going. He's been hot early, and it's not going to be easy for Saif Badar. Even he's capable of bat in his own right. It's not going to be easy for him to get going straight away. Mukhtar Ahmed stranded at the non-striker's end at the moment, but it'll be on the striker's end to start the next over. At the end of 3, it's a brilliant one for UMMC. 14 for loss of 2. Justin Dill to continue. Will be his second over, and starts on that length and just keeping things tough. Mukhtar Ahmed, it hasn't been the easy going that he got off to just a couple of days ago when he scored his half century and was able to take boundaries early and often. Took Ali Khan for 20 runs and 1 over. So far today, though, just 6 from 7. This time, it's a leading edge. Third man's in place. Should be taken, and it won't be. Straight through, and it'll be 4. It was in the air for a long time, wind swirling around. It felt like he had covered up the ball entirely, but instead nutmegs him for 4.
Looked like Sarbjeet Lada out there, and he was fighting with the wind. This one, he didn't move that far. He was settled under it, and then all of a sudden, the last minute just died on him. Needed to come in a few more yards, and I'm not even sure if he got a hand to it in the end.
Again, shock from UMMC. It would have been a huge blow to the Fire's batting attack, but 4 more. And a life for Mukhtar Ahmed. Not a man you want to give a life to. Has been lighting up this MLC Champions Open.
Those little things that can make a difference on draft day, not just for Sarbjeet Lada if you're evaluating his fielding, but Justin Dill looks an awful lot more impressive if he's got a wicket next to his name than that of Mukhtar Ahmed.
Would have been a second wicket. It just would have only haven't given up 5 runs. And again, you still expect him to be pretty high pick, but everything matters here. This one carries over the top of Mukhtar Ahmed. He just looked to take this one straight back down the ground. A little bit extra bounce. You could hear the effort from Justin Dill as he released it.
And just the strange thing about the chance was the ball was in the air forever, and he didn't really have far to move. He only had to move 3 or 4 yards, and he just stayed stationary for a good 2-3 seconds. And then at the very last moment, he realized, uh-oh, this isn't going to carry to me.
This one, quick single attempt, a chance of a run out. Direct hit would have been close. I think he would have had him think Saifadar would have been gone had that one crashed on the stumps.
And we had a perfect angle here. Nitish Kumar charging in from cover. That was a shortstop style effort, throwing across your body after charging across the infield, and we were on line with the stumps at the angle that he threw at from about 12 yards out, and he just missed by about 6 inches. It's not easy throwing across your body like that because your body's going basically towards the mid-off area, and he's kind of trying to throw towards fine leg, so he's throwing across his body, and you can see Justin Dill with hands over his face for the second time in the over.
Just desperate for that wicket. This time an outside edge. Should carry, should be taken, and put down again. The second time Sarjeet Lad does put one down in the over. This time it was in all the way. You can see Jaskar Malhotra going to go have a word with his deep third, but a second drop.
This was the opposite problem of the first one. This time he came in too hot. The previous chance he stayed back too deep. He didn't come in far enough. This time he came in way too hot. He charged in too much, and the ball had a lot more steam on it, and he just didn't have his lower body settled. His lower body was still moving at that. He was pushing at it with hard hands, and it just popped in and out very, very hard.
Both batters now been given a life, and if you're UMMC, if you're Sarjeet Ladda, knowing there's not many runs on the board, it's just not something that's going to help your cause. So that'll close out the fourth over. It's 20 for 2, and Justin Dill is going to have the feeling it should be 20 for 4, if that. As Rusty Theron, who's going to go 3 on the trot here. Again, on the body line, tucked into the leg side for 1. Again, you feel even if just one of those 2 catches are taken, it's a huge blow into that Atlanta Fire batting lineup. Again, very deep lineup. You can't afford to drop chances, and if you're Ludda as well, again, it's not a good look in front of scouts. It's always something you're going to be thinking about. Everything matters when you go into this draft, and again, he's looked great with the ball in hand, was undone early with the bat, and now in the field hasn't put his best foot forward. This one, though, more convincing. No one in the deep there, and Mukhtar Ahmed, he's had a couple of boundaries already. This time, though, this was the best of the lot, and it's been called a 4.
I'm not sure who's agonizing over that one more. Rusty Theron, Justin Dill, or Sarjeet Ladda. This one in the slot, he just overpitched it, and Mukhtar not troubled whatsoever.
It looked like this one might have came on the rope directly. Just hung up right before there, but again, 4 runs and the first convincing boundary of the innings, and some confidence for Mukhtar Ahmed. This time goes with a pull shot off the length. We'll get 1. Again, it's been tough sledding and given a life in the previous over. Going to try to capitalize. Bring Saif Badar back on to strike again. Also been given a life. Hasn't found rhythm quite yet. But a man with plenty of experience and capable with the bat in his own right. Looked very good on day 1. That's Sunday. That opened the Champions Open. And this one will be run to 3rd man.
Just when you see some of these miscues in the field, one area where U.S. domestic cricket has an awful lot of depth is in the spin department. There's no shortage of quality leg spinners and left-arm spinners in particular. And if you're weak in the field, you wonder how much that'll count against you in the context of the fact that there are so many other options available. You've got quality spinners who are also quality fielders, the likes of Marty Kane and Nastish Kenjige. Vatsal Vagela, excellent fielder in his own right. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Ali Sheikh. All these guys are top-notch fielders. And you wonder how much of a red mark will be put against the name of somebody who has bowled well, Sarbjeet Lada has throughout this week, but 2 straightforward chances should have been taken.
This one hit up in the air. Justin Dill underneath it, and he takes it. No mistake this time. And that's the end. Was given a life. Mukhtar Ahmed hits a 4 afterwards, and this time, though, just hung up in the air. And Justin Dill, 2 catches dropped off his over, says, I got the safe hands this time.
And this one went straight up. And Dill, this was not easy by any means. He had to backpedal some way, and when you're on your heels like that, well, this can be almost sneaky difficult in a sense. And Rusty Tehran had his eyes locked on Justin Dill. You can see the trouble he was having. Got his feet into a tangle. Not really the best body position at all, but makes up for it with his athleticism and hand-eye coordination to latch onto that one. And the look on Rusty Tehran's face when that wicket was taken and he let out a howl. He was roaring when that one was taken, as he knows how devastating Mukhtar Ahmed has been this week. And for somebody who hasn't been able to contribute a full quota of overs because of fitness issues, having 2 next to his name here in this opening spell will mean an awful lot to Rusty Tehran.
He deserves it. He's bowled well, and that'll bring Dominic Rickey into the middle. Man who's played for the USA, debuted in 2021, also member of the New Jersey Stallions, a top order batter for them, and big part of their success. Has 859 runs through minor league cricket. Has a strike rate of 114, so maybe not the quickest of guys, but able to turn on the heat, and 350s in minor league as well, and he'll have an opportunity with the bat here for the first time. See what Dominic Rickey's able to do. We'll final delivery of this 5th over. And it's pushed into the offside. A crunch off the bat, and 4 runs to open the account.
And Dominic Rickey, when he's played on turf wickets on good surfaces, he's produced runs. Some of those stats are a bit deceptive because the wickets he's been playing on with New Jersey have not been the greatest for scoring runs. But here shows his class with this shot, finding the rope. And after 5 overs, it's 33 for 3.
Again, extra bounce, Calvin Savage. He will tend to extract that because of that height. But I think the Atlanta Fire's best bet at chasing this total will be for Dominic Ricky to face the majority of deliveries. Remember, he's an opening batter, but he's batting at 5 today. It's the first game and opportunity he's getting in this Champions Open, and has a real platform with still 77 more runs needed to prove himself.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Dominic Ricky because he has been out of the USA framework for some time. So this is a great opportunity for him to remind everybody of what he's capable of. Again, those stats for the New Jersey Stallions, his strike rate just a shade over 110, but again, he's playing on not the best wickets, not the best outfields in some parts of those venues in the Eastern Conference. So it's a bit harder to evaluate somebody when compared to the players in the Western Conference, especially the guys in Texas, the ones play a lot of their cricket in and around Houston who are playing on turf wickets regularly, and you get a much more accurate idea of how they can perform.
Another swing across the line. Nothing there for Saif Badar. It's been a struggle for him, but remember when he got that 50 in game number 1 for this Fire team, took them very close to that total. It was a similar surface, tacky, tough for batting, and he found a way to just fight through the tough period and then propel his innings as the surface got a bit better. Again down the leg side. Savage is really struggling with that line. And it's not to say that this surface is the same as that on day 1, because as Dominic Ricky's showing, the ball is coming onto the bat nicely. But there is something in it for these seamers because of that green grass, and it makes batting tougher. The surface with this type of pace in it.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of seam movement. But at the moment, it's just too much movement. Calvin Savage struggling to control the ball. And the wind also affecting things.
This time gets it right. So we want to close out this over well. Calvin Savage. Just 5.92 runs per over needed. So no need to rush anything if you're the Fire, even outside this power play. They don't have a lot to come. That's something to keep an eye on. Zia Shazad, the only real recognized batter. They're not playing Bhaskar Yadram today. So their depth has taken a hit, trying to give others an opportunity. Matthew Trump can bat as well, though. So
No, there's another name from Seattle that the official announcement hasn't come out yet, but I saw their Twitter handle already. They've already created a Twitter account. It's the Seattle Orcas. It's going to be the Seattle team. So if you have been paying attention on Twitter, you would know the Seattle Orcas. That's going to be the Seattle franchise. It's 56 for 3 after 8.
back live at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. A good run chase unfolding here. Hard to pick a team that you say in the advantage. And this man could be a difference maker. Sarvjit Ladha has been one of the standout bowlers in this week of matches. 2 for 12 in his first game and 2 for 30 in his second. Always in the wickets. The leg spinner. Be interesting to see if he bowls with as much flight as usual on a surface like this, with a lot more green grass, ball not really spinning. And of course, with that wind factor, we'll have to be very careful because if he gets it wrong, he could go the distance. Fascinating passage of play. And starts with a quick one. That one just skid on. He's very skillful, Sarbjeet Ladha. He's bowled the most dot balls in the tournament as well.
And he's definitely benefited from the fact that the spinners have gotten a lot of not just turn but variable bounce. There's been sideways movement and up and down movement. It's made them dangerous as a slip comes into play now after that first delivery.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch. And what was most impressive, I think, he gave away 30 runs in his 4 overs and picked up 2 wickets in the last game on a pitch where bowlers really went the distance, especially the slower bowlers. But he showed, bowled 11 dot balls in that game. He showed that he was capable of still keeping things together, keeping things tight, and taking wickets. Man with IPL experience. So definitely one to watch. Leg spinners are gold in T20 cricket. We've seen with the Rashid Khans, Shadab Khans, Imran Tahirs. Keeping things cool at the moment though, the Atlanta Fire. Probably what's required. Exactly what Ali Sheikh and Justin Dill did well in that partnership. Tentative at the moment, but you don't mind that if you're the Fire. Asking rate is not going anywhere, just a run a ball.
If you're Dominique Ricky, you've already showcased some of your classy shots, shown what's in your arsenal. Against a spinner like Sarbjeet Ladha, you can just afford to knock singles around here. You don't have to take too many risks.
Down the track. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. I think just one bounce into the boundary, but Dominique Ricky placement was very precise. Knew that that long off fielder was very wide, and he's able to find the boundary. This is an impressive 9 deliveries so far.
Well, he's showing what he can do against pace, and now he's showing what he can do against spin. He's decided, no, I do want to take this risk. It's a worthwhile risk because I want to show what I can do in front of these franchise scouts. And they like to see footwork. They want to know you can play spin. And he's certainly demonstrating that here. They want to know you can play the short ball. They want to know you can take on spin, use your feet. You're not going to get stuck on the crease. You can use the depth of the crease, find different ways of achieving success against spin, and Dominique Ricky's doing that here.
There was some confusion, I think, between whether it was the over or not. So, over has been completed. That's all that the Fire need. Just 7 runs and over. 63 for 3. Been tough going. That run rate though has increased since this partnership has come together. Saif Badar, the slower of the two, but we know that he can catch up in terms of this innings. It's very important, these two, that they stay in the middle. Justin Dill continuing. think he just looks to sort of farm the strike to Dominic Ricky, given the way he's begun.
Well, the smart play here is just get Dominic Ricky on strike because he's the hot hand. But here's Saif Badar. Again, this could be your last opportunity to showcase your skills. Rain's in the forecast tomorrow, so we're not exactly sure how much play we're going to get tomorrow, so that both these guys are going to seize as many opportunities as they can get here at the middle to showcase what they can do in this run chase. As they take a quick single, good drop and run by Dominic Ricky. There's thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow, on and off. So, not sure how much play we'll get. And yeah, if you're Dominic Ricky in particular, this is your chance to really make an impression here before the draft on Sunday. We saw Saif Badar make a half century, so he's got credit in the bank, but Dominic Ricky hasn't had as much of an opportunity to show what he can do with the bat. As he said, made his debut for USA in September 2021 on the tour of Oman, and didn't do as well as he would have liked on that tour. And here's a chance to remind people what he can do.
Justin Dill, he deserves some credit as well because he's been equally impressive in these 3 matches he's played. A lot of the times he's had to run from this southern end into the wind and still has been able to hold his own. In match number 1, he bowled 4 consecutive overs from this end and closest to us, with the wind pushing him back. It just shows that he's not the quickest, but he's extremely skilled and will work hard. Went pace off. Don't think he's got enough. Ali Sheikh, he doesn't drop many. That is a big wicket for the Knight Riders. And that man again, Ali Sheikh, with the bat and now with the in the field, really. Huge wicket.
He's checked off every box this week. Ali Sheikh. It's hard to find somebody on the local scene whose stock is rising as fast as it is for number 15 in the UMMC Knight Riders jersey. You can see why he made himself a hot prospect in the USA Junior scene, and now he's doing it potentially on the franchise scene here. This was not an easy catch, fighting with the wind. He had a lot of ground to cover, about 20 yards, and not a lot of time to do it, but he gets there and shows off that tremendous athleticism that he has. Ali Sheikh out of Plano, Texas, and I can see Aman Patel's pen scribbling furiously after that wicket, and I'm sure some of the scouts in the tent next door are writing just as many notes on their notepads to mark down what Ali Sheikh has been doing here. Again, we talked about the 3-wicket over he had at the death a couple days ago. 18 runs in the 20th over earlier today, and now an outstanding catch on the boundary. He's got all 3 boxes ticked in terms of what you look for in a T20 player to give you the maximum value. And the added bonus is that he fits into the under 23 age bracket, which is a requirement for draft selection on Sunday. So everything trending in the right direction for Ali Sheikh.
It's a really interesting one because I don't think on a normal day without the wind that would have carried to him. Didn't get it anywhere close to the middle of the bat, Dominic Ricky, but the wind may have just carried it to deep backward square. May have been struck on the hand there. Zia Shazad, welcome to the crease. End of 10 overs. This game in the balance, 66 for 4.
And continuing, it's Funny Samadri, and again, took the big wicket of Harmeet Singh and is going to be looking to do the same to, took his teammate Harmeet Singh in the previous over, going to be looking to do the same to one of his rivals out there in the Pacific Conference in Shehan Jayasuriya.
Harmeet Singh sort of epitomizing the words of the great Matai Muralitharan, saying the bowler only has to get it right one time. So you can smash me for 30 runs in 2 overs, but all I need is that one good ball that will get you out. And just living into that sort of mindset. And it does take great courage for him to bowl inside the power play over. So, you know, he could easily have said to his captain, Skip, I don't think this is the best idea. But I think the fact that he took that wicket will pump him full of confidence. And then, of course, now bowling outside of the power play with the 6th over behind us. Let's imagine now bowling over number 7. He has more protection in the deep, bowling to Shehan Jayasuriya.
And it is not going to be Funny Samadri after taking that wicket, so they're going to hold him back. It's going to be the youngster Abhiram Bolasetti with ball in hand. And this one's pushed into the offside and is going to beat. Oh, no, it's not going to beat the fielders out in the deep. Really good work. Sump Army consistently have been so good in the field. And once again, saved 2 runs there.
What great work in the deep. That is Marty Kane sprinting to his right. And almost, that ball would have almost gone over the ropes at deep point. But he made a brilliant diving effort to stop that ball from going over the rope. And yes, so I was in my eagerness to describe how well Fani Samadri has come back, I managed to miss the fact that one of the more exciting young U23 players around, Abhiram Bolasetti, is into the attack. Saw this young man as a youth player, was always impressed with him. Great to see where he is now.
This one just going to be taken into the leg side. Fielder coming around and is going to be able to keep it to, again, just 2. You mentioned one of the under-23s. We saw Ali Sheikh, Matthew Tromp earlier. Abhiram Bolasetti, one of these under-23s. We expect to be drafted on draft night. You mentioned you saw him as a youth. I had the privilege of playing with him under his captaincy every now and again as a youngster, and again, still one of my very good friends to this day. But
Did you just say as a youngster? You're still a youngster.
Well, as an even younger man, back in the playing days, Brian. Back in the playing days, I guess I can throw that phrase out. This one hits straight to extra cover. Again, Abhiram really made a name for himself this past minor league season with the bat in hand. Really didn't find that rhythm with the ball, but with the bat, kind of reinvented himself as a pitch hitter down the order. We saw him hit 44 off 22 at Church Street Park, some big 6s, and really led the charge against some teams like New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, leading to wins for the Morsel Raptors.
That's a brilliant, talented young player.
That one's going to drift down the leg side, but you can see the intention from him. Something we saw from Rusty Theran was he was going to hit the deck hard and be in the body line of the batter, and Abhiram and Rusty may be around that same pace at the moment. Abhiram maybe just a couple of notches below. But you can see it there. That one just tailing back towards Shehan Jayasuriya, who feels he missed out on one to put it over the leg side. And Abhiram, he's only bowled 3 deliveries before today in this tournament, so it's a really good opportunity for him to show himself in front of the scouts. Full and straight, flicked into the leg side. Work to do for the fielder, and he won't get it done this time. It's going to be 4 runs. Just straying in line a little bit, and just far too easy for Shehan.
Yeah, that line just a touch too straight from over the wicket. You're wanting that ball to slant across the left-hander, going towards outside of off stump. Not able to get it outside in terms of that line. It was too straight. It was probably a middle and leg line, pitching outside the line of leg stump. No risk in Shehan Jayasuriya clipping that one away through mid-wicket for 4.
And with that, it's prompted a change in field. Mid-wicket's gone back. 3rd man inside the ring, so I have to imagine that is going to say he's going to be fuller in length, and now 3rd man is finer as well. So again, prompting me to believe he's going to be fuller as that mid-wicket goes back. Instead, go short of the double bluff, and he split the gap perfectly. Shehan Jayasuriya showing the class why he was one of the leading run scorers in minor league cricket last season. It's because of shots like this.
My goodness, up on his toes and crunching that late and square, getting it fine of that fielder backward point. Backward point is on the boundary. But there you see just really beautiful cut shot. Too square, in fact, for that fielder backward point. Make that too fine for that fielder backward point. And it races away for 4.
Again, the field set with a deep cover, a long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg. It's got to be fuller in length. Is a touch fuller, and that one's played finely to third man from Shehan Jayasuriya. Good over this for the Kingsmen. 14 runs coming from it. At the end of 7, it's 58 for the loss of 3. And look at this. Looks like Dane Pete's going to go 4 on the trot as we welcome you into this 8th over. Dane Pete just 19 runs from his first 3. His last over, his best over, taking 2 wickets. And with the left-hander involved, I think Obis Pinar and company are thinking if the off-spinner can get him out, then we can open up room for Marty Kane and myself, Obis Pinar, as a left-arm spinner.
Certainly on the full attack here because Shadley Van Skalkvik is back in at slip. You have a short cover, and then you have protection in the deep for the big shot down at deep mid-wicket. There's the outside edge found, but it's actually played well by Shehan Jayasuriya, just keeping it down. Soft hands, making sure that even though the edge was found, it didn't carry to Shadley Van Skalkvik at first slip.
And Shehan Jayasuriya not unaccustomed to playing this type of role. You see him get down so early, and Dane followed him well, but not unaccustomed to being in this type of situation. A couple times this past minor league season, you see the openers get out rather early, especially in big moments, and Shehan Jayasuriya would be asked to kind of clean everything up, and he would do so with such ease and elegance, something he's very familiar with. Again, just tucking it into the leg side, understanding the situation. We haven't seen him play one of those flamboyant shots yet, one of those switch hits that he's known for. He's more so just played conventional strokes to just rebuild this innings.
He is, I've always referred to him as an accumulator of runs in the right circumstances. So he doesn't sit quiet, and you're not going to pile up a bunch of dot balls against him. What he does do is make sure that he's able to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. He'll punch it into the gaps for 1s and 2s. You see that he runs very well between the wickets. And so just 3 deliveries so far. He's already picked up 3 runs. Milan Kumar back on strike. 5 from 7 for him.
And Milan's just going to find cover. And again, Milan Kumar has been in here since the initial wicket in that second over of Tejinder Singh. But he's been on the non-strike zone for so long. Only faced 7 deliveries so far. But there you go, showing why he's such an accumulator of runs. Milan Kumar got some width and rocked back on the back foot very quickly. 4 runs.
Just a little bit of width there. Backward point and short third are both on the circle. And that late cut, expertly played and getting it into that gap between those 2 fielders behind point. And the ball running away down the hill for 4.
This time soft hands, but no run on offer. Milan Kumar is such a good player. Captain of the Philadelphians, and that'll close out Dane Pete's spell. A good spell. That is 4 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets to his name, 8 overs gone. It's 65 for the loss of 3. Funny Samadri now into the attack after his initial over. Just went for 9 runs and 2 of those wides and took the big wicket of Harmeet Singh. He's going to be given the ball once again. Same end of the ground. A little bit more protection available for him, though. Now bowling outside the restrictions of the power play. And Brian, this is where you normally see Funny Samadri have most of his success.
Completely. This is the stage of the innings where I think he's most effective. There's just that protection in the deep if you need it, and then he's able to build pressure, and then his skillful changes of both pace and line usually works very well for him.
This one tucked into the leg side, really well done. Again, we've seen this once already from Shehan Jayasuriya, just that little flick into the leg side, showing how much timing and class this man has.
Clipping it away off his legs, Funny Samadri. Left arm over the wicket, slanting it into the left-handed Shehan Jayasuriya. So once again, stop me if you've heard this before, that ball needs to be on or outside the line of off stump. That one was aiming towards, tailing in towards middle and leg. Shehan Jayasuriya able to pick that large gap between long on and deep mid wicket for his 3rd boundary.
This time pulls a length back and just touch. Touch, touch, touch. That's what we talk about all the time. And how about that? That's just so elegant for 4 runs.
I've said before that he plays shots 360 degrees. He can go all around the ground. And look at this. This is one of his favorite scoring areas. Got the line right this time, but equal to the task was Shehan Jayasuriya, and with 3rd man inside the circle, just elegant late cut, racing past Dane Peter short 3rd, and run away for his 2nd consecutive 4.
And Brian, here in the Houston area, they're looking for a quarterback, and those quarterbacks need to throw those touch passes. Well, Shehan Jayasuriya showed off his touch right there. Again, just to reference another sport. But my goodness, Shehan Jayasuriya putting on a show, 26 from 14. And again, clipped into leg side. Going to find the fielder for 1. But like you mentioned, he is a 360-degree player. The way he's accessing these areas of the ground, it hasn't been anything unorthodox yet.
Nothing unorthodox, but for him, as I said, he doesn't need necessarily to be unorthodox to score, because he always keeps the scoreboard ticking. And I guarantee you that if you ever see either short 3rd or fine leg inside the circle, he's looking to manipulate the ball into those areas with those depth touches. And maybe if you do see any sort of reverse sweep or any switch hit, he generally tries to target those areas either square or just behind square.
Milind Kumar, take a bow. That's just glorious. Went full, went straight, and Milind Kumar just helps it into the gap. 4 more, 3rd 4 of the over.
That shot had some disdain behind it. Vivian Richards, who stopped playing long before you were born, Aman, would be proud of this. Look at that, disdainful. Did not move an inch after playing that shot because he knew it was racing across the boundary at extra cover.
These two putting on a show. Milind Kumar has only played 11 deliveries, but he's got 13 runs to his name, and he's finding rhythm. Normally someone who takes a little bit longer to get going, but someone who could definitely strike the ball at a high rate. Strikes it well above 120 in minor league. And again, we saw one delivery, Lahina Malanta up to the stumps. The next, he's back. You have to imagine means seam up or back of a length here. It's back of a length and just tucked into the leg side. They could push for 2, and they'll just settle for the 1. Probably a good decision in the end. It's been already fantastic over 14 runs and still a delivery remaining.
14 runs is scoring at the rate, the Kingsmen, of 8.94 runs and over. This rate projects them out to 179, which would be a much more total that more would be in line with what you'd expect given the decision to, or given their ability to bat first and put runs on the board. Again, batting this time of the day is easier than in the morning.
This time changes the angle. But same shot played. This time they're thinking about it. And again, Milind Kumar sends Shehan Jayasuriya back. Again, the right decision. 15 runs coming from this 9th over. At the end of 9, it's 80 for the loss of 3.
So work to be done. Cody Shetty played an explosive innings just a couple days ago. They need something similar from him. Probably with a little less risk as well. Overs remaining. They still need 152 runs. Going to be Plunkett again from that northern end. 37 years old, still to be running in hard. Dane Pete, PDP after a long career. Dane Pete is another one who's played for a very long time and internationally and then come over. I think it says a lot about the way he's conditioned his body and sort of maintained himself throughout his career. Plunkett.
Yeah, it just shows the professionalism more than anything. It's one of the things that I think from the USA perspective, a lot of the administrators are hoping would rub off on some of the local players who perhaps haven't had that type of training and environment and the expectations in terms of how to conduct yourself in terms of training and maintaining your fitness year round. Liam Plunkett definitely does that.
And he's a tall man as well, so you get some deliveries to lift. And you can see Marty Kane signaling to him. Nothing he can really do with that. Pretty full delivery, getting some extra bounce.
The other part about what's so impressive about Plunkett's fitness is that because he is such a big unit, and the amount of miles he's logged on those legs and on that body taxes the knees, taxes the ankles, hips, all the joints, a lot of wear and tear.
Inside edge, almost back onto the stumps. Coming back for two. Kane, he's determined. Marty Kane gets there comfortably.
I mean, you take a look at somebody like Corey Anderson, who's had a number of surgeries, and highlighting the toll that bowling fast can take on somebody who's putting in that much of a workload as an all-rounder. And Plunkett, who's got a bigger frame as well, just puts a lot of pressure on the lower body joints, but the fact that he's got such a high level of fitness makes it all the more impressive, especially at the age that he is. He's still continuing to set the standard for all of his teammates to follow.
Hit that in the gap, Marty Kane, but it is into the bigger side. Wanted two again, sent back. It's been really good stuff from the Kingsmen, keeping it very tight, pretty much from the very second delivery. When they took that wicket of David White, they've been on top of things. And momentum can play a big part. That big finish they got with the bat in hand could definitely overlap into their bowling innings, which is doing right here. They've never took their foot off the gas. Look at the bounce there, passing head height. Cody Shetty, one for the over signaled. But I think just to have someone that I watched on TV, and I know you watched it as well, PDP, 2019 One International World Cup, win it for England. To see it less than 3 years later, he's right here in this country. Brilliant.
And it wasn't just like he got a participation medal either for being in the 11. Took 3 wickets in that final. Played a huge role.
It's gone high. This should be taken. Harmeet Singh doesn't drop too many, and he takes it simply. And another one going down for Sam Army. This is becoming tougher and tougher. This run chase. Kingsmen have been all on top.
And as feeble as this Sam Army batting unit has looked in this chase, Kingsmen looking regal. Plunkett inducing a forced shot, trying to go up and over the offside into the wind. That's been one of the hardest shots to play all week long, trying to hit through the wind. And it just hangs up in the air for a very straightforward catch for Harmeet Singh. And what it does mean, we saw Ali Sheikh come in and have an extended time frame to bat and really take advantage of that moment as a youngster. And now for Samp Army, you're getting a similar scenario unfolding. Abiram Bolasetti, who was in the USA Under-19 squad setup over the last couple years, hasn't really had too many opportunities to showcase what he can do leading into this match, but you can't complain about the opportunity that's presenting himself now. He's got more than 10 overs to bat. If he can stay at the crease that long, he's got an opportunity to really give the scouts something to think about in that under 23 mandatory category for selection here.
Asked the question and given straight away.
Yeah, Marty Kane just looked a little bit clumsy there. He was really trying to force something to happen. Just reached out a bit too far and lost his balance. And good stumping from Tajinder Singh. See it on the replay. Marty Kane just a bit over eager and just lost his footing. Looked a little bit silly here. Really stretching too far for the shot. And you can see the back leg all over the place. And the finger goes up from Owen Brown, who was at square leg, and Marty Kane didn't really complain. I think he knew he had dragged the foot well outside the crease more than a few times and just lost his bearings.
I think good decision and good work from Tajinder Singh, who's a part-time wicketkeeper, but was quick to whip off the bills and 2 wickets in 2 balls. You think it would need a Herculean effort from here for the Samp Army to get over the line. Close to 14 runs per over needed. .44 for 5. Who would have thought? Samp Army, many would have looked at this team coming into this and said, well, this is one of the stronger batting lineups. Yes, they're missing Andreas Gauss. I think it's actually 44 for 6 now. We're waiting for that score to update. Van Skalvik comes to the middle.
And this is also an opportunity for Abiram Bolasetti to learn from batting with somebody like Van Skalvik. This is minor league champion with the Thunderbolts. Bolasetti with the Morrisville franchise. Hasn't had much of an opportunity, if any, to really play with him before this week in this squad. But now paired together in the middle. Great opportunity for Bolasetti not just to showcase himself, but also to soak up the knowledge that he can gain from batting in partnership with Shelley Van Skalvik and seeing how he approaches it from 22 yards away.
Slip in place as well. No Isan Adir required with the ball today. Well, he bowled the 1 over, but usually bowls the new ball. Again, looking to rotate, looking to give others an opportunity. They've taken 4 wickets in each of the last 4 overs. So it tells you just how dominant Kingsmen have been. Looked a pretty good shout. Maybe an inside edge saved him.
We'll have to get a look at the replay on this one. This looks awfully close. Milan Kumar. Bit confused as to why it wasn't given out. Again, just the umpire's body slightly obstructing it there.
Has he got it at slip? I think they're asking both questions. The leg before or the catch, but none given by the umpire. So Bolasetti survives. End of 10 overs. They're in deep trouble here, Samp Army, 45 for 6.
Well, it definitely was not off the bat. It carried to slip, but it was really the LBW shot they were going for, it looks like to me. And they appealed for the catch and the LBW. Nothing coming from the umpire. So Bolasetti survives.
Well, 10 overs gone here in this affair, and it looks to be pretty one-sided. Kingsmen, they've been all over the Sump Army. The Sump Army, 2 men in the middle, Shadley Van Skalkovic, Abhiram Bolasetti. As Shubham Ranjane comes in with his first over. And misses it, Imam Patel, joined by Brian Walters here. And Brian, the Kingsmen, really since that 17th, maybe 15th over of the first innings, have just been out in front.
I think that's definitely the case. A pretty one-sided game at this point. But several objectives need to be accomplished before the end of this game. I am particularly interested in seeing what Abhiram Bolasetti can do with the bat. A man from your part of the world, North Carolina. I have it on good authority, courtesy of our friend Nate Hayes back in North Carolina. 5 innings this year, 18 runs, make that 136 strike rate, 11 fours and 10 sixes and 10 cameo matches or 10 cameo innings this year. What I started saying was 5 innings, 18 runs was from the 2021 season. But his captain, Dane Pete, sort of recognized the fact that not only is he a good bowler, but he can also wield the bat. So he essentially used him, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, in a pinch hitting role. And he's found that he's actually very valuable in that role. So for me, I just want to make sure that he stays and bats the remainder of the time here and shows what he can do with the bat.
Well, he's gotten off to a shaky start so far against Milind Kumar, and again, just struggling with the timing right now. And you hit it on the nail there, Brian. It was just really a change of role, got a really standard position. He was going to go in 5, 6, 7, come in and be in a situation where he wasn't going to think about holding and just being there. He's just going to come in and play free, and that really suited him. And here in a selection situation, just got to find ways to score runs here in front of the selectors. We've already seen Ali Sheikh really take advantage of an opportunity, given an extensive period of time to bat, scored 49 runs, and we all expect him to be one of the first, if not the first, under 23 off the board.
No question. So just never lose sight of the fact that this is an opportunity for these players to show their wares in front of a very interested audience.
Well, this is what he's done all season. It's the big hitting. Didn't quite connect on it, but you're going to see the intent. He's a guy who's going to play his shots. Very confident individual, and I don't think you're going to want any cricketer on this field to really go in their box and try to do something they're not comfortable with.
That's exactly right. So if this is just, let's say, call it a regular season game in Major League Cricket, maybe at this point the interest level wanes because, you know, the Samp Army at this point needs almost 16 runs and over. But there's so much that can happen as Shadley Van Skalkovic turns this one behind square for a single. So much that can happen between now and the rest of the innings for you to stamp your authority and actually make the selector see that you're capable with either the bat or the ball. So this match is by no means finished.
11 overs gone. It's 48 for a loss of 6. Reverse sweep goes over the top of first slip. Touch unlucky for Milind Kumar, but Shadley Van Skalkovic, he'll pick up a couple of runs.
Well, slip fielder in position, fully on the attack are the Kingsmen. And that reverse sweep flies over the top of that fielded first slip. So a couple runs to Shadley Van Skalkovic. Genuine all-rounder. Did decently with the ball this morning or in the first innings. 4 overs, 2 for 30. Now being asked to do a little bit more with the bat than he'd ordinarily want to at this stage of the match.
A call for 2, and they're just going to settle it for 1. Probably a safe call from Bolasetti at the other end. You mentioned Shadley with the ball in hand, and Skalkovic was good. And the second spell especially, only gave up 1 boundaries and 2 overs at the death, and that's something you'll take consistently. He was able to hit those Yorkers, so again, those situational bowling periods is something the scouts are looking for, and he's definitely left his mark. As Bolasetti pushes this one down the ground for 1.
Well, you and I both saw him in North Carolina when they won the championship, the Seattle franchise, bowling the last over under tremendous pressure, holding his nerve. So you know what he's capable of with the ball. I don't think he's been seen as much with the bat, but he's more than capable there also.
And again, as you mentioned, not much to play for here in terms of the win. Pretty out of the question. You're looking at 17 runs and over from here, but it's more about showing these scouts, hey, I can knock the bat around. I can play different strokes. I can play in different styles. And for these two, there's no question that they want to play out the remainder of these overs.
Oh, my goodness, yes. And I think it has less to do with whatever the final result is or how close they get to it, even though you don't want to treat it like a test match either. But just get some good game on film, as they say.
Well, that's something to put on film for Abhiram Bolasetti. A 4 over, wide, long off. We talked about it. He's someone who likes to play the big shots, got a bit of width, took advantage.
Absolutely. And this is not slogging. This is just an elevated, as you see here on the replay. He stays leg side to open up that offside, elevates it over the top of that fielder at short extra cover, runs away for his first 4, Abhiram Bolasetti. After 12, the score is 57 for 6.
And Shubham Ranjane will come back for his second over. And again, Brian, right as we talked about how this is an opportunity for the batters to show what they could do, it's also for another opportunity for the bowlers to just continue to show how accurate they can be and keeping things locked down. Don't need to try anything too much. You can try a couple of variations here or there, but you just want to show off, hey, I can hit this spot. Pick a spot and bowl 6 balls there.
That's exactly right. So discipline is very much along the lines of what they'd be looking for in terms of the scouts. And does this bowler have the ability to land the ball consistently in the right space, on the right line, on the right length? And so regardless of the match situation, just does he appear to have the ability to deliver the ball in the areas that is needed, given the situation that the team happens to be in?
Big swing, a big miss there for Abhiram Bolasetti. And Ranjani, he's looked good in all phases of the game so far with the bat in hand, had a couple of big shots, took a couple of good catches down the field, and showing just how valuable he can be with the ball, especially if the keeper's up the stumps, and just create that extra level for the batter.
Definitely the type of bowler who is understated, but actually very handy with the ball in hand.
This one pulled into the leg side. Has he dissected the fielder? No, he hasn't. And Abhiram wanted to, and Shalivan Skokovic, I think, wisely sends him back. And that's just the case of, I think, the youngster wanting to see more strike.
That's 100% what that was. Just wanting to get on strike. In theory, if they'd pushed hard for 2, they may have been able to get it, because Harmeet Singh running to his right, he's a left-hander, so he would have to stop and rotate himself in the outfield, and that extra time could potentially have resulted in them successfully getting there.
This one slowed down. We mentioned showing off the variation, showing off the different types of deliveries you can bowl. Ranjane, you know, I think someone through his minor league performances, through his performances leading up to today, has really cemented a spot for him in this draft.
One would think so, and particularly since he's had a decent couple of seasons in the minor leagues, and then I don't think has done anything to hurt that impression that people would have had of him based on what he did in those minor leagues.
This one tucked into leg side, thinking about 2, just going to settle for 1. And Brian, you know, we sit here through today's play, and you know, UMMC were really impressive the way they were able to fight back. You know, outside of Ali Sheikh, who we talked extensively about, is there anyone from today so far, based off just today's performances that you think have just really helped themselves in this draft?
I think Harmeet Singh has shown a lot. He's shown that he has ability, certainly with the bat. Look at that direct hit, middle stump from the boundary. That's also something that the selectors will be interested in. And certainly with the ball coming in, opening the bowling and taking a couple of really big wickets. And overall, I think just looking the part. He appears to be somebody who you could actually put into several different positions. 3 overs so far, 1 for 19. And with the bat, an explosive start, hold out relatively early, but got some 30 runs, 33 runs from 21 balls with 1 4 and 4 sixes. So he, to me, is somebody who would have helped himself tremendously in the context of this game and in terms of the overall effect that he's had on the opinions of the selectors.
That'll do it for the 13th over. It's 62 for a loss of 6. And the new bowler that'll be used, it'll be Shehan Jayasuriya with the ball in hand. And again, Shehan, vastly experienced. Will bowl here and there in the minor league. Was able to just change an angle, use all of that experience to just create and slow things down, and being given an opportunity to show what he can do with the ball.
Really interested to see, and I hope I don't overstate this, Abraham Bolisetti. I'm really excited to see, regardless of the result, regardless of what he ends up with, see him place a price on his wicket. It's okay to be aggressive, but still don't necessarily do anything reckless. Just look to bat through the innings. Whatever the score happens to be, just spend that time in the middle and show what you're capable of.
And that's, again, what the key is going to be. You have to imagine these youngsters are maybe not going to be given the priority in that batting lineup. So just taking advantage of your opportunities is what these selectors are going to be looking for and looking to develop. I'm not so sure these selectors are looking to pick youth players that, yes, they could make an impact in year 1, but what about year 2, year 3? How do they continue to progress and grow? I think that's the biggest thing that these selectors are looking for. This one will be tucked into the leg side by Shadley Van Skalkvik for 1.
And so just thinking strategically, if you're a young cricketer, especially the U23 players, let's make a mark. Let's make sure that we put enough on film that I can be seen as somebody who you can essentially invest in for the foreseeable future. And if you do that, you cement your place in the side and then grow with the franchise as Major League Cricket grows in this country. I think that's a major, major opportunity, and why players like Abraham Bolisetti and like Ali Sheikh, who you called earlier, are really such important cogs in the machine as we go forward.
And I think also Peter De La Pena said something really interesting, and we'll get to that point after we come back as the 14th over comes to a close. 63 for a loss of 6.
Harmeet Singh, captain, both 3 overs, come back for his final. Both 3 overs on the trot as well, which was a surprising thing, but really played a big part in setting up this victory for his team when it does arrive. 3 overs, 1 for 19. It's gone high, but I think he'll land safely. It does. Harmeet Singh is asking Ihsan Adil that long off why he didn't make the attempt for the catch.
I think every bowler wants to see the fielders go all out, trying to give them or reward them with a wicket. Realistically, off the bat, I didn't think that there was any way Ihsan Adil would have gotten to that.
Brian, if you were one of the franchises and you had the first pick of the Major League Cricket draft, which player out of these 60 on display here for this week would you be going? This is completely personal in terms of your preference.
Sure.
Who do you think is the most valuable player that we have on display?
Most valuable. It is obviously a difficult call. I would have a hard time seeing someone head and shoulders above Harmeet Singh.
Bowled him, and straight on cue from Brian Walters. Much slower. This delivery and just goes past the outside edge. I'll be showing you why. Brian Walters, why he could very well be first in the MLC draft on Sunday.
He gives you batting. This is tossed up beautifully and sort of fooling Abiram Boliseti, who probably could have come forward but chose not to and got beaten by the arm ball. So the added variety of it being a left-hander. Left-handers are priceless, and particularly a left-hander who can turn it potentially both ways. Mostly he bowls arm balls, but every once in a while he gets one to leave the right-handers. And then being a hitter, and a bigger hitter than you'd realize. You saw that earlier with his 4 sixes. He essentially becomes somebody who can impact the game in multiple different ways and is an excellent fielder. So on top of all of that, you know, that additional dimension with the fielding, I think, comes into play as well. So for me, again, it's obviously a really hard call, and it might be the left-handed bias that I have, but for me, Harmeet Singh is the person I'd go with.
I think what will be interesting as well is if the franchises opt for their internationals to captain. Pretty much expected, but someone like a Harmeet Singh could be a very viable option, simply because he will know the conditions well. Lives in Houston, lives in the United States. But those will be discussions had after Sunday when these players, at least half of them, know where they're going to be in terms of franchises come July 13th. Things are getting exciting. Of course, they want to showcase their ability tomorrow in the final opportunity before the scouts and before that draft on Sunday in tomorrow's final. Ends the over, 78 for 8. Well, Kingsmen will go on to win this game, and they probably will go on to be in tomorrow's final against the UMMC Knight Riders. Kartik Gaitapalli, the new batter, to the middle. Chetan Bish with the ball in hand.
Kartik Gaitapalli, of course, plays for the Houston Hurricanes, so the majority of his matches and certainly all of his home matches are played right here at this facility.
Wide signaled. And just on that matchup tomorrow, you look at the two teams, the UMMC Knight Riders. I mean, you could argue they're probably the most balanced team. It's why they've won all 3 games. But I would look specifically at their bowling unit. Rusty Theron, Calvin Savage, Justin Dill. definitely, I think, have the strongest bowling lineup in the tournament. And you look at Kingsmen and their batting, the depth that they possess. At one stage today, they were in deep trouble. In came Hamad Azam and recovered them to 190. So it really is a battle of two powers come tomorrow morning.
It's going to be interesting. The bowling, you mentioned just now the three pacers. You absolutely cannot overlook the work of Ali Sheikh, the left arm finger spinner.
I think he may have been struck in the helmet, Dane Pete.
Yeah.
Nasty blow.
Luckily for him, that was a spinner. Picking it up here on the replay. Good work by the cameraman to be able to get this angle. Ball drifting and then turning, maybe kicking up off the pad and then hitting him in the face, or in the helmet. But no, that's, as I say, no harm, no foul. But then, of course, in modern times, you have the protocol where the umpire has to pause the game and then the physio comes out to give him the concussion test.
Dane Pete is not happy. He did not want the physio to come out there. He was completely fine. It was a ball that ricocheted off the body and went onto the helmet. But the umpire is following protocol. It's a tough job to be an umpire because you want to get on with the game. You want to finish the game, but still struck in the head. So
that concussion test took place very quickly. The question was probably, who's going to win this game? And then the answer came back, Kingsmen, okay, you're good. I like the protocol. I certainly like the additional care.
just a single. And pretty much they never caught themselves. You look at their power play, they struggled. Lost 3 wickets in the first 6 overs. They lost the wicket on the second delivery. And it seems like without Andreas Gauss, who's missed out for the Sam Army team due to injury, they've been very reliant on their top 2, Milanta and White. And when they haven't come off, the batting has struggled.
Well, it'll be up to them tomorrow to show in the 3rd place match that even though they're not one of the top 2 teams in this tournament, that they can still sort of improve on what they've shown here today. Haven't really shown a whole lot with the bats. Karthik Gatipala going for the reverse sweep. But, you know, you asked me that question, Nikhil, so I'll turn the same question around on you. Who is your #1 player who you would choose?
I'm going to take the easy way out, Brian. I'm going to say I cannot pick any player unless I know my internationals in the side. So, should just be another couple of runs. Won't get to the boundary, just 1 for that reason. I think he's out. He's out. Dane Pete just sauntered back in his crease.
Wow.
So disappointment continues for Sam Army. Really was never 2. Liam Plunkett was quick on it. Pete wanted to and then was very slow to get back.
Oh, he gave up pretty early there. Then Pete probably thinking that 2, and in fact you said, Nikhil, 2 off the bat. I thought they would have run 2, but Karthik Gatipala choosing to not go for that 2nd run, and that stranded the captain Dane Pete halfway down the wicket, and then he sort of gave up on the way back, given that he was about to be run out by about a couple of yards.
But yeah, just on that question in terms of the franchises, remember, Brian, it hasn't been announced as yet, but they have their international players that they would have been targeting, and I think they will make up the nucleus of the side. Once you have that, then you'd look to the domestic players to sort of fill the remainder of the 11, and of course the full squad. So wouldn't be able to make that call, but I think, as you said, Harmeet Singh, you look at a Corey Anderson with his all-round ability, Unmuk Chan, who's been in the runs in this tournament. All of them are good options. Will be very early picks. Someone like an Ali Khan is in contention as well. And don't forget the USA national team players as well, who are currently competing for those qualifiers, but the likes of Aaron Jones, Stephen Taylor. Taylor's one to watch. Dangerous player in T20 cricket. Saurabh Netravalkar, Manat Patel. End of the over. New one in Milan Kumar. All I'll say is it will be exciting come Sunday. And wherever you are around the world, you want to join us. Milan Kumar asked a question for the leg before. Not given. Just trying to be full and at the stumps. May have hit him outside the line. Now he leaves Kartik Getapalli. Not sure why he doesn't try to hit a 6. If he gets out, he gets out. They're not going to win the game.
I don't think he's going to try to hit a 6.
Why not, Brian? I would.
Oh, clearly. You and I both would.
Try at least.
I think he's interested at this stage just having the rest of the match finish and not be out. That would be my objective if I were Kartik Getapalli.
If we were playing test cricket.
If we're playing tests, I don't think you're going to see any big hitting from him.
This is the one. Oh, he enticed it, Milan Kumar. Flighted it nicely. I'm on my feet waiting for a maximum. But Getapalli's not interested. End of the 19th over.
And it's a single, and he's still on strike. So you're probably not going to get the 6 that you're looking for.
85 for 9. One over remains in this contest. And it's mathematically impossible for Sam Army to win this game. So it's just a matter of formalities from this point. 6 deliveries remain. Chetan Bish continuing. Getapalli is very keen on showing his resolute technique and defense.
That is a perfect way of putting it. I don't think he's bothered one bit by the fact that they need over 100 runs to win this match.
In the gap this time. May get a boundary. No, he won't. This type of... I think it's just 2 runs. Good fielding in the end. This type of resolute defense, Brian Walters, reminds me a lot towards the end when it doesn't matter so much. Reminds me a lot of my good friend Zubin Sakari when he was playing.
Oh,
you know, looking to get those scores towards the end and get that red anchor. He's a man that likes his stats. But nah, he was an excellent player for Canada. Played at a World Cup. Faced Sean Tate. I'd be doing him a disservice if I didn't pull up his credentials, you know, but I think he's a guy that has a lot to offer to these cricketers in terms of experience. You think about going to a World Cup, a big stage like that. So great to have him around. Formerly of the ICC, now at Major League Cricket. It's people like him that can get this product going, Brian.
Well, I mean, everything that you just said is accurate, but bear in mind that much of his cricket was played in the Northeast where the outfield is really thick, high grass. So I think the last time he and I determined that we should add about 5,000 more runs to his overall tally for his career.
And then you woke up. Taken. And that is it. The edge. And that will be all she wrote. Kingsmen taking an emphatic victory in this one. Set up by their batters, and then the bowlers did the rest. 88 all out. A dominant performance. Winning by some 104 runs.
Yeah, pretty comprehensive victory. I'll tell you, it never appeared to be the case that the Samp Army was going to chase anything close to what they needed to get to be competitive in this match. And just a sort of half-hearted attempt, it appears. Harmeet Singh and Milan Kumar setting the tone up top. And then all of a sudden, towards the back end, Hamad Azam, 46 from 25. 3 4s and 4 6s.
Highest score of 15. That is disappointing from a Samp Army perspective. Just 88 is all they were able to manage. In the end, losing by 104 runs. As we said, don't go too far because In a quick turnaround tomorrow, we'll have the grand final coming your way at 10 a.m. And it's not a game you want to miss. The Kingsmen, who just won, will be taking on the undefeated UMMC Knight Riders.